Chapter 31. They were an unsightly group. Their beards were unkempt and often filthy, their clothing even more ragged and stained, and their expressions dull. They moved slowly, with little energy, except, of course, when there was food to be had. Their muscles were large, but their eyes were fatigued. They were slovenly, degraded, and unassertive. In short, they were bridgemen. Only a couple of them appeared to be new recruits. Gaz was belligerent and demeaning, but he knew better than to construct a crew completely from the untried. Such would buckle the first time an arrow flew their way. No, most of these men had been gathered from other crews. They had been hauling bridges for months. They had been taught their place, and they knew what they were. Jarek had to change that knowledge. Presumed reality, he thought to himself as the group slowly gathered before him, shuffling toward the tent. They knew what a crew transfer meant. They would have less than an hour to stow what few belongings they had before the day's work began. "Did I say you men could move?" Jarek asked pointedly as the group moved past him. En masse, the bridgeman paused, turning dull eyes his direction. He had spoken commandingly, like a nobleman, a tone of voice they didn't expect from a bridgeman, even the leader of the crew. "I am your bridge leader," Jarek announced, standing straight-backed as he looked across the group. "My name is Jarek, though many just call me Hook because of this little ornament on my face." A couple of men smiled at the comment. "Welcome to the 4th Bridge," Jarek announced. "We're going to be the best crew this war has ever seen." The bridgemen regarded one another for a moment, then, as if by common consensus, they turned back toward the tent, leaving Jarek standing awkwardly alone, his carefully prepared speech dying on his lips. Jarek laid aside his ads, looking at the smooth board before him. It had been part of a mighty trek starting back in Melloran, near one of the lumbering camps, perhaps even Jarek's own village. It had been felled by the hands of some unknown lumberman, then floated down the Trarid to be stripped and cut into boards and lacton. After that, an extended voyage via ship down the eastern coast of Yolen had followed, ending at a Fallon dock. The still rough wood was then brought to the shattered plains, where bridgemen would sand it and pound it together, forming bridges. Bridges that would ultimately find themselves plummeting into one of the chasms to crack and rot below, part of one massive eternal grave. Hands grabbed the board, pulling it away from Jarek and fitting it into place on the side of the nearly finished bridge. The bridgemen worked rotely, with laboriously slow movements. Jarek watched as they tried to fit his board into its notches, pushing against the unyielding wood. "No," Jarek, shaking his head. "It goes the other way around. The small notches should be on the outside." The men continued to push, ignoring Jarek's words. They only flipped the board around when one of the bridge engineers came over and yelled at them, pointing out the proper way. Jarek sighed, leaning back against a stack of boards. He had been trying for 3 days now to instill some sort of independence in the minds of his crew, and so far he had been woefully unsuccessful. The men were so accustomed to their old ways that new suggestions didn't even register with them. New recruits were no better. Most of them were not like Keeg had been. Used to a peasant's life, the newcomers simply melded with the aggregate of dullness, falling into line and doing as the others did. If anything, all Jarek's efforts had done was ostracize him from the rest of the men. They didn't look at him as one of them. He wasn't sure what they thought of him, but they didn't accept him. They most certainly didn't accept his authority. To them, a bridge leader was just a bridgeman who had survived longer than the rest. He had tried everything. He had urged them with inspirational talks. He had tried explaining to them logically why following him would help them survive. He had proven that he understood their way of life, that he had been a peasant himself. Nothing worked. They would not see what they did not accept. Such thoughts were his companion until the alarm sounded a few hours later. Jarek rushed forward with his men, forcing himself to hold back, lest he outpace them. During these last few days, one thing had become certain to him. The life of a bridgeman was fatiguing, but by no means debilitating. They received enough food. True, it was flavorless, but it was food. They worked hard, but only a short period of that work, the actual carrying of the bridges, was taxing. The bridgeman's lethargy was as much a function of their mindset as their conditions. "All right, form up," Jarek commanded as they reached their bridge. Gaz stood at the center of the crews, directing them with powerful and not a little pudgy arms. The bridge crew followed Jarek's instructions, falling into place along the sides of the bridge with surprising nimbleness. Dragonsteel runs were the time when they were accustomed to taking orders from their bridge leader, and in this they worked as routinely as ever, the same habits that had caused them to ignore him before now causing them to obey. Though this would be the first run the new crew had gone on together, they each found their places along the edges of the bridge without discussion. Bridge placement, meaning who would go in the front, was very important to bridgemen, and they had drawn lots to determine it the first hour they were together. They left a hole on the right side near the back, the bridge leader's place, the most protected slot on the bridge. Jarek paused, then shook his head, walking to the front of the bridge. "Move it, Denty," Jarek said, motioning for the bridgeman in the front center slot, the most dangerous place, to move out of the way. "But," the man said with confused eyes. "I said move," Jarek said authoritatively. "Do you have a problem with that?" Denty looked back at the bridgeman, perplexed, then shrugged, walking to the back of the bridge and taking the place saved for Jarek. "Every time this crew goes on a run," Jarek announced, "I get the privilege of being in the front. It is my right and my duty as your leader. Understood?" All his efforts of the last few days, all his objections and explainings, hadn't earned him such a look of utter dumbfoundment. Before, he had confused them. Now, they thought he was insane. "Lift," Jarek ordered, leaning down and reaching behind him to grab the edge of the bridge. The men followed, hoisting the construction onto their shoulders. It wasn't as bad as it could have been, but it wasn't promising either. Jarek had stood at the front of the bridge many times during his career in the war, and he knew it wasn't a good sign when the Shodel were already on the plateau. They appeared to have just arrived, and their archers were rushing across the plateau to fall into position. "Run!" Gaz ordered, letting himself fall behind like he always did when it looked like it was going to be a difficult attack. The bridge crews broke into a trot just as the first arrows began to fly. Jarek felt terror begin to shake his frame. He could have stayed in the back, been protected. Why had he come forward? It didn't do him any good. The men would never follow him. What was he doing? However, even as the fear and the questioning began, Jarek beat it back. He would not allow his mind to become placid. They could force him to be a bridgeman, but they couldn't stop him from thinking like a nobleman. Better yet, like a lumberman. Like his father. He would rather face death with pride than live without purpose. "Let's move, men!" he bellowed, breaking into a jog, feeling the enormous bridge move behind him, as if he were towing it all on his own. "For our families!" Arrows bore down on them, but Jarek kept running. He didn't flinch as a shaft took the man next to him in the chest, and he continued to yell as he saw a Shodel take him in its sights. The arrow was loosed, and Jarek felt, more than saw it, zip through the air. He knew it would fly truly. "This is the reality I choose," Jarek decided, screaming wordlessly, running at the arrow as if he were the weapon and it the target. The world lost its focus. Then, suddenly, it snapped back into place in a way that Jarek only vaguely remembered from his former life. The world became a jumble of tiny, quivering spheres, a dozen different colors predominating. The arrow hovered in the air, moving slowly toward his breast. Its shaft no longer wood, but a mixture of axii. Most black, some blue, a couple red. Its tip was the cold dun gray of iron. The axii hummed in his mind, trembling and jerking in place as if held together by an unseen force. "Go!" Jarek felt himself urge. The axii resisted at first, but then suddenly burst apart, each one soaring in a different direction. Hundreds of them, thousands of them, each one tearing free of its neighbors. The majority immediately combined with Axii from the air around them. Then, the world was back. Gaz was yelling for them to drop the bridges, and Jarek complied, more out of habit than conscious desire. He jumped back and grabbed a steadying rope, and the bridge slid into place. Then, his job finished, he sat stupefied, trying to determine what had just happened. Jarek sat beside the evening fire. The sun had long since set, leaving darkness and a cloudy sky, but his thoughts continued to burn brightly. Part of him was incredibly disturbed by what had just happened. He had only barely discovered microkinesis, still uncertain of whether to accept it as good or evil, when the events at the palace forced him to leave. The part of him that had grown up listening to the legends, the part trained by the superstitions of the villagers, told him that he didn't want such power. Magic was of the Shodel, the monsters he was fighting. Even Whore-Watchers could only use it if they had access to Shodel bones. Yet another part of him, strangely the part trained by Vendavius, was curious about the Axii and what he had done. Experiment, it urged. Find out what you can do. Use it. Jarek couldn't decide between the two halves. He was frightened by both options and more than a little bitter about the fact that he should have to make such a decision when normal men were left to much simpler lives. "Sir?" a quiet voice asked. Jarek looked up from the small fire, used only to warm food and give light, for even in the winter the nights were hot enough without fires to help. Beside him in the quiet darkness stood Denty. He was a tall, thin Falin man with hair almost blonde enough one would have thought him a nobleman. Of course, more people had lighter hair down here in the south. "Yes, Denty?" Jarek asked. The man stood uncomfortably for a moment, then took a seat on the ground next to the fire. A few other men sat on the other side of the pit, staring into the flames with uninterested looks. "Sir, I want to thank you," Denty mumbled. You took my place, sir. I would have died today." "Nonsense," Jarek chided. "I didn't die, did I?" Denty twitched nervously, holding a small leather cap in his hands. "I don't know, sir. Old Curl, he was next to you. He said the lords themselves protected us today. Why, we only lost one man, and the other crews lost at least 4 or 5 each. Old Curl, he says he saw Orion himself standing over you protecting us." Jarek sat quietly for a moment. "Why would he do that, Denty?" "Because you're special, sir," Denty mumbled. "We all know it. You don't belong here. The lords protected you, that's certain as the heat. Curl saw an arrow disappear, vanish right before it hit you. He swears he did." Denty fell silent then, resting back against the ground. A group of men were returning from the tavern. Jarek could smell the sapphire on the wind. They shuffled quietly, not drunk, of course. Bridgemen didn't earn enough to get themselves properly intoxicated. Some of them sat next to the fire. "They're so sad," Jarek thought with a shake of his head. "No hope in their eyes at all. After today, which should have been a victory to them, they still have no hope. No matter how much they drink, no matter how much they numb their thoughts, they know that a victory only means they'll live to see another day of nothingness. If only there were a way to cheer them up a little." "Now we all know that Fentaloni is the most cunning of the 9 lords," Jarek heard himself say as he looked into the fire. "Fentaloni, we call him Larry in Melorand, is Orion's son, and before he was even born, he was known to slip out of his mother's womb at night and commit mischief. As he grew, he only got more cunning, though he never reached a height of more than a few dozen feet tall, making him something of a dwarf amongst the gods." Jarek spoke the words in his best imitation of Topaz's storyteller's voice. He spoke as much for himself as for the men, a means of pushing away their overwhelming despair and trying to remember the light-hearted ways of his friend the Jesk. "One day, when the earth was still rather new, Fentaloni was passing through the woods when he heard familiar voices in the distance. He crept forward, sneaking through the bushes until he found a small clearing. Inside, he could see Ventir the Wise, we call him Aldvin in the north, and Sivan, the healer, standing together. Before them on the ground was a creature unlike any Fenteloni had ever seen before. It had a head like a horse, but wings like a bird, and a tail that was 100 different colored strands of hair. The two gods were arguing back and forth.
"It is certainly an animal of a practical nature,"
Ventir claimed, pointing at the strange creature.
"Why, look at its strong back and powerful legs. It was meant to carry burdens and do work."
Sivan shook his head. "No, brother, I must disagree. Look at the beautiful colors of its wings and the graceful style of its tail. This is a creature of beauty. It is meant to be kept as a pet, to be admired and to be painted by artists. It would be a travesty to reduce it to simple labor." The two gods continued their discussion for some time, neither one willing to give credit to the other's words. As everyone knows, Ventir is a practical god, and all things must be put to good use in his eyes. Sivan, however, is an artist, and seeks decoration in all that he does. The argument grew quite fierce until finally Fenteloni stepped out from his hiding place and confronted his siblings. "Brothers, brothers," he chastised. "You should listen to yourselves. You sound like simple-minded mortals unable to make a decision."
"But we cannot agree,"
Ventir explained.
"He will not listen to my words."
"Nor he mine," Sivan complained. "Brothers, what you need is a mediator," Fenteloni declared. "Someone to listen to your two sides and make a decision for you."
"Why, that is an excellent idea," Ventir said. "Would you do such a thing for us, brother?"
"Well," Fenteloni said thoughtfully, "I have heard much of what you've been saying. Perhaps I could spare the time to give judgment on this most odd of beasts. Where did it come from?" "Our father just now created it," Sivan explained. "It is the only one of its kind, and we were trying to decide what its use should be." Fenteloni sat back and listened while the two brothers continued to explain their case. However, he soon grew bored of their arguments. "This is no good," he declared. "Your words are of little use, and look, the light is getting dim. I can barely see the creature any more. How can I give judgment?"
"Here," Sivan said, "let me make you a fire."
And he did so. "Ah, very nice," Fenteloni said with a smile. "However, it is still difficult to judge with the creature sitting down on the ground as it is. Do you expect me, a god, to stoop down to examine it?"
"Of course not," Ventir exclaimed. "Here, let me build you a table on which to place the beast."
And he did so. Fenteloni examined the strange creature before him, shaking his head. "I still cannot decide," he said.
"What can we do?"
Sivan complained. "Can we never resolve this question?" "I know," the cunning Fenteloni suddenly said. "What I need are some examples. Brothers, why don't you each go gather several beasts from the forest? Ventir, you bring the most functional animals you can think of, and Sivan, you bring the most beautiful and colorful. Then I will compare this new creature with the two groups and see which one it belongs in."
"Ah, now I see why you are known as the most cunning of the gods," Ventir said.
"Yes," Sivan agreed. "We will go quickly and gather as you have said." And they did. They rushed forth, carefully selecting those animals they thought would best make their case. Then they met together at the small clearing. However, when they arrived, they found it empty. The table was still there, however, and on it was a neat pile of bones. Beside the charred bones was a note. "Dear brothers," it said, "I don't know whether it would have been better for work or for beauty. I only know one thing. It certainly tasted good. Thank you for the fire to cook with and the nice table on which to eat." Jarek spoke the final line with a smile. It was one of his favorite stories, and he had asked Topaz to repeat it on several occasions. He had expected a few chuckles at the ending. He was surprised to no end when he got a roar. Jarek looked around with surprise. While he had been focusing on the story, men had been gathering around the fire. He had seen a few forms moving in the darkness, but he hadn't realized the extent of the gathering. Every man in his crew stood circling the flames, and they all laughed heartily together at the final lines. Jarek looked through the crowd of faces, the 20 men standing, smiling, firelight glittering in their eyes that seemed alive for the first time since he had become bridge leader. All they had needed was a little bit of laughter. And also, for the first time since he had become bridge leader, he seemed to have their attention. They all watched him eagerly, obviously hoping he would tell them another story. Instead, he asked them a question. "Men, why are you here?" There was a silent pause. "For the pay," one finally answered. "Because I was told I had to come," another mumbled. "Where else would I go?" a third, Denty, added. "Wrong," Jarek said simply. "That may be how you ended up here, but that's not why you are here." "Then why?" Denty asked quietly. "Look out there," Jarek said, nodding toward the dark, shattered plains. "Beyond those plateaus, beyond the chasms and the wells, is an enemy. Now some say that the armies are only here for the Dragonsteel, that the generals only care about money. I don't know about that. All I know is that this is the only place where Yolen connects to Fane lands. We have to keep them away, lest they slaughter our families." "They say the Shodel don't want our families," a voice in the darkness muttered. "That they only want the Dragonsteel too." "They're wrong," Jarek said flatly, his voice growing quiet. "Trust me, they're wrong. I've seen Shodel murder families. One tried to kill my king." Something was itching at the back of his mind, something he didn't want to acknowledge. Fortunately, another comment drew him back to the conversation. "But," Denty said, "we're only bridgemen." "Only bridgemen," Jarek said, turning to look at his crew. "Let me tell you another story, men. You're probably familiar with this one. It's about King Agaron of Rhodeus." Several heads bobbed at this. Agaron was a famous character throughout the legends of all Yolen. However, it was not of his many glorious adventures that Jarek wished to speak. It was of his beginnings. "According to the legends," Jarek began, quoting from memory, "Agaron was not born a king. In fact, he was not born a noble at all. His father was a simple craftsman, and his family was very poor. Had things gone differently, Agaron would have probably been a table-maker like his father. Now in those days there was a regent on the throne of Rhodeus. The true king had died while very young, and his chief general had decided to take the throne. However, it is said that Orion the White appeared to him in a dream, commanding him not to claim the crown for himself. "I will choose the next ruler of Rhodeus," Orion informed him. The general, being a pious man, only declared himself regent, informing the people that someday a new, glorious king would take his place. When Agaron was still yet a boy, his father was commissioned by the regent to create a new banquet table for the palace. It was a massive job, and, unfortunately, Agaron's father came down with the fevers before he could finish it. Determined that the regent would get his table, Agaron went to work on his own. He carved the table with designs so intricate that it would leave no doubt that this was a king's table. He made the legs into the shape of the 9 lords, each one representing one of the gods, with a 10th leg bearing a crown to represent the monarch of Rhodeus. The regent was amazed at the marvelous table. He had the boy's father brought to the palace to reward him, but the man humbly admitted that it was not he who had done the carving, but his son. The regent immediately sent for the son, and when Agaron arrived, it was said that heavenly voices could be heard in the air above the palace, praising the new king of Rhodeus. The regent immediately recognized his replacement, for Orion had shown him the boy's face in a vision. Agaron was set on the throne, and that night feasted at the very table he had carved. Jarek paused. He didn't go on with the story, though he knew the men were thinking of it in their minds. They were remembering the many tales of valor associated with Agaron, how he united nearly the entire continent, how he slew monsters, battled armies, and even braved the depths of Szeth's underworld, battling the Lord of Death himself. All this done by the son of a craftsman. Before Agaron was a great king, Jarek said to the crowd of bridgemen, he was a great table maker. If he had not worked so hard on his carvings, the regent would have never called him to the palace. You say you are only bridgemen, but what is a bridgeman's job? Could the army function without us? Could it cross the chasms? Could it even reach the Dragonsteel? You have all seen runs where the warriors weren't necessary. Sometimes the Shodel don't even arrive. But have you ever seen a run where the bridgemen weren't necessary? He looked across the faces that were growing less dull with every word he spoke. They were beginning to see something in themselves, a little bit of Agaron. Jarek spoke vigorously. We are the first ones into any battle. We wear the least armor and we carry the smallest weapons. In my mind, that takes more courage than is required of any nobleman in a chariot. Denty, please do something for me. Denty nodded, and Jarek explained what he wanted him to do. The man ran off and returned shortly with a dirt-stained bundle. The cloth-wrapped object had been buried shallowly beneath Jarek's bedroll. Jarek pulled off the cloth, revealing the silver-sheathed Shodel sword. Jarek pulled the blade free from its sheath. The sword sparkled in the firelight, its silvery steel inscribed with the alien writing of the Shodel. It was long and straight, but only edged on one side, and the pommel was tipped by a carved reptilian head. I slew the Shodel that this belonged to, Jarek said quietly. I killed him with his own sword. Me, a bridgeman. This is his blood you see staining the sleeves of my shirt. We have been chosen to be bridgemen. So be it. But men, we get to decide what it means to be a bridgeman. You all know boys who came into the war looking for glory. Perhaps you were one. Well, who is to say there is no glory in being a bridgeman? He rammed the sword back in its sheath. It snapped into place with a click. I say again what I told you on that first day, men. Let's not just be bridgemen. Let's be the best cursed bridgemen those demons have ever seen. He had hoped for nods of agreement. He got shouts.
Chapter 32. Winter came early to Melorand that year, an event that was considered by many to be a natural result of the king's sorrow regarding the loss of his son. The monarch was often equated with the soul of a nation. The weather turned bitter and cold, though Sir Hasor, the Tsend warrior, claimed Yolish winters were nothing compared to those he knew back in Sendor. Sir Hasor had opted to stay in Melorand, even after the Shodel had been captured. He claimed he felt some responsibility for the prince's disappearance. After all, it was the confusion caused by his hunt that provided a distraction for the kidnappers. As the months progressed and the rest of Yolen grew bored of searching for the missing prince, Hasor took it upon himself to lead the investigation. He claimed it was his area of specialty. Hunting kidnappers really wasn't all that different from hunting assassins. Riala passed the months dedicated to her studies. As her reading skills progressed, she moved through every book Terrell gave her with delight. She was most intrigued by the newer material, that which came from Falamore. The words of the Falin poets were mostly ballads and stories, things that held her imagination and gave life to her dreams. Eventually, she even requested that Tyrell teach her Fallon, a request he declined, claiming his own specialty was history and geography, and that he had little time to waste on languages. Riala understood what he was implying. He didn't speak Fallon himself. So she began to teach herself. It was slow going, and she knew it would be a long time before she could read even the most simple of Fallon texts. It would have been much easier had she had something to tell her what different words meant. All she had was Tyrell's spotty knowledge of the language and some scrolls from the library that existed in both their Fallon and Melloran translations. Fortunately, the languages were very similar, and the alphabets were identical. She would never forget the day when she finally decided to try her hand at composing her own ballad. She did so, huddled in some blankets in the back of Corteth's room, listening to the chilled night winds trying to break through the shutters. She penned it in Melloran. She could barely write simple sentences in Fallon, let alone poetry. When she was finished, she stared at the page for a long while, a contented smile on her face. Riala crept as silently as possible, following the cloaked figure. The streets of Lacton were lined with ice and piles of snow, and those people who were out so early in the morning went about their business as quickly as possible, eager to get out of the cold and back indoors. The man wore a brown cloak that was drawn close, shadowing his face, the steam of his breath puffing out the front of the hood. He moved nondescriptly down the street, his back bent like a servant, stepping carefully to avoid patches of ice. Few people gave him any heed. Riala, however, followed the man with intent. She stayed close behind him, careful not to let herself be seen as the man approached the palace, slipping into the courtyard. He stopped just outside the stables. That was when Riala struck. "Did you bring me any sweets?" she asked. The form jumped with surprise, nearly losing its footing on the slick cobblestones. It spun, ducking low into a defensive stance. As it did so, the wind blew back its cowl, revealing a familiar hawkish face and a patch of white hair speckled with black. "Riala?" Topaz asked with surprise. "Lord's girl, didn't you know it's against the law to sneak up on a Jesk?" "It is?" "Well, no," Topaz admitted, standing up straight. "But I certainly intend to have that changed one of these days." Topaz poured the steaming liquid into her cup, then moved to do the same for his own. Riala raised it to her lips, carefully sipping the hot tea. It wasn't bitter, like most Fallon teas she had tasted, but sweet and a little citrus-like. "It's good," she approved, holding the cup between her hands to warm her fingers. "The Fallons drink it cold," Topaz explained, seating himself on the floor across from her. Beside him, oblivious to the winter cold outside, a hanging fern bloomed with bright orange blossoms. "Personally, I've never been able to stand cold tea. Call it a personal prejudice." Riala nodded, raising the cup to her lips and sipping again. "Oh, by the way," Topaz said, reaching into his pack. "Here." He reached out, handing her a small bag. Curious, Riala pulled at the strings and peeked inside. "My lady's sweets," Topaz explained. Riala blushed. "You didn't really have to bring me any," she said. "I was just joking." "I've learned never to take a woman's jokes lightly," Topaz mumbled, sipping his own tea. "Really?" Riala protested. Sweets aren't quite as important to me as they once were.
Try these,
Topaz said simply. Riala shrugged, reaching in and pulling out one of the sweets. It was different than what Topaz usually brought her. It was soft, as opposed to hard, and it was a dark, almost black color. Riala popped one into her mouth, and immediately her eyes opened wide in surprise. "Lords," Riala mumbled, savoring the powerful flavor. It melted away in her mouth, not requiring the extended sucking of regular sweets. It had a creamy, succulent flavor that was completely new to her. "What is this called?"
"Chocolate,"
Topaz said. "It comes from a bean that Sens have started cultivating." "The Sens are geniuses," Riala determined, pulling out another sweet and eating it.
"I assume it was the plants that gave me away,"
Topaz said, looking around his room at the mass of greenery. Riala nodded. "I knew you were in town as soon as I came to water them this morning."
"But how did you locate me?"
the Jesk asked. "It was easy," Riala said. "You were so furtive, so secretive. Everyone else in town learned months ago that it's dangerous to go about with your face covered like that." Topaz frowned.
"Am I missing something?"
"You don't know?" Riala asked, with shock.
"I've spent the last 10 months traveling,"
Topaz explained.
"I've barely stopped to think,
let alone pay attention to what's happening all the way up here in Melorand." "The prince was kidnapped," Riala said quickly. "He was taken the day Martis killed the Shodell." Topaz regarded her for a moment in stupefaction, the steaming cup of tea sitting forgotten in his hands.
"Yoharn?"
he finally said. Riala nodded.
"Kidnapped?"
Riala nodded.
"What an utterly stupid thing to do,"
Topaz mumbled, taking a drink of his tea.
"What would someone want with the Prince of Melorand?"
"We don't know," Riala explained. "The king has spent the last 10 months searching for him, practically tearing the city to pieces. No one has any idea what could have happened. We only assume he was kidnapped. Some say he might be dead."
10 months,
Topaz said, shaking his head.
"That doesn't bode well."
"But Sir Hasor thinks he's still alive, or at least he's still searching, though the king might have given up."
"I doubt he's given up,"
Topaz said with a shake of his head.
"Rodis is prone to melancholy sometimes. I thought he got over that when he left his teens."
"No one knows what to think," Riala continued, looking down at her cup. "The palace has been in chaos since it happened. Everyone has their theories about where Yoharn is. But now that you're here—" Riala looked up slightly, meeting Topaz's eyes. Slowly the Jesk shook his head.
"I'm sorry, but this isn't really a visit. More of a stopover. I only intended to pick up a few things and be on my way."
"But the prince, Topaz," Riala protested. "You could find him. I know you could."
"Perhaps,"
Topaz admitted, regret in his eyes.
"But as much as I like the boy, I no more have time to spare looking for him than I do for babysitting Jarek. I can't let myself be diverted for one person, even a prince."
Riala felt her heart fall. Ever since she'd noticed the plants blooming, she'd assumed Topaz was in Melorand to fix everything.
"Deherick,"
Topaz cursed softly, using the strange word she'd heard from him before. "What does that mean, anyway?" she asked. Topaz paused, looking down.
"Deherick?"
he asked.
"I don't know. I heard Frost use it once. It was the only time I heard an expletive pass his lips, so I know it must be really bad."
He set his cup aside, looking up to the ceiling. A few moments later, he spoke.
There's just too much going on for me to handle. I can't do anything about Yoharn, little one. I wish I could. I can't even leave someone to help. We're extended too thin already. Batchor's in Sendor. Frost is following that cursed lumberling. Everyone I could trust with this is busy. There isn't anyone else.
Riala paused. A thought had just occurred to her, a thought that she would have considered dangerous a few years before, but one that now demanded her attention. Perhaps it was her studies. Perhaps it was the pride she was learning to take in herself. Whatever it was, it led her to mouth her next words. "What about me?" Topaz looked up with curiosity.
What was that?
"What about me?" Riala repeated. "I'm still here. Maybe I could help, if you tell me what to do." Topaz mused for a moment. Then he reached over and picked up his cup, sipping at its contents once again.
I never even thought of that, he admitted. How old are you now, little one?
"Almost 16, Riala informed him, looking down again. She knew she didn't look it. Her body continued to refuse to grow. "Or at least, that's what I think. I'm not exactly certain when my birth date was."
Topaz nodded. You think you can find the prince?
"Well," Riala said, blushing, "no, not really."
Funny. I do.
Riala looked up at the Jesk. He sat with a slight smile on his face, sipping his tea and looking odd in the muted brown colors that were so different from what he normally wore.
You can do it, Topaz continued. That is, assuming you stop deluding yourself and face your abilities.
Riala frowned. "My abilities?" Topaz set aside his cup again, placing it next to a patch of grass that was growing right out of the stone floor.
Little one, I don't have time to be delicate with you like I was with Jarek. I don't have the resources right now to think up some clever way to make you accept what you can do. So, I'll just have to be blunt. You can do things other people can't.
"Magic?" Riala asked quietly.
Some people call it that, Topaz agreed. Uninformed people, which means just about everyone. I like Frost's word. Microkinesis.
Riala shook her head. "Topaz, you must be wrong."
Topaz groaned, thumping his head back against the trunk of a potted tree. Lords, not you too. Why is everyone so determined to disbelieve?
"Oh, I believe," Riala put in quickly. "Topaz, I've seen you do wondrous things. The plants bloom in winter. You healed scars I've had ever since I was a child. I just don't believe
that you can do it too," Topaz finished. You believe in magic. You just don't believe in yourself.
"I'm flattered you think so highly of me," Riala continued, unable to meet the Jesk's eyes. "But you don't understand. I'm nobody. I'm just—"
"Little one," Topaz interrupted. "That I'm just a slave routine is getting a little bit old, don't you think? It has made a good crutch in the past, but you're old enough to throw it aside."
Riala blushed. "I say it because there's truth to it. Even you can't change truth."
"That's debatable," Topaz noted, a smile in his voice. "But in this case I don't have to. Before this afternoon, I would have sworn in the name of the betrayer that there wasn't a person on this continent who could sneak up on me. I've seen you disappear in plain sight. Half the time I'm in Melorand, I'm convinced you're hiding in the corner watching me."
Riala blushed again. That's because people ignore slaves. I'm there. They just don't pay attention to me.
Topaz snorted. Surely you don't really believe that.
Riala shrugged. She didn't know what she believed. She told herself that people didn't see her because they ignored slaves, but there had been times when she knew there was no way she should have been able to escape detection. Even if it's as you say, she said, hiding isn't the same as what you do. I tried commanding the plants to grow once, and nothing happened.
Riala, do you really think the Nine Lords would have showed such a decided lack of creativity as to make us all the same? Even a blind Jarg knows everyone has different talents. Here, watch.
Topaz pulled off his glove, revealing his hand and the large tan gemstone underneath. He held his hand out, palm forward, concentrating on something Riala couldn't see. She felt it, however, felt the power surging from Topaz even before she saw the ring begin to pulse. A moment later, the air above Topaz's hand began to shimmer. Topaz ground his teeth, his face adopting a look of utter concentration. Beads of sweat even began to form on his scalp.
There, on the wall,
the Jesk mumbled, nodding to the side of the room. There, beside a patch of blooming lilies, she could see a bright rainbow shining on the white stones. The rainbow vanished, and Topaz exhaled deeply. Riala looked back at him, surprised at the exhaustion suddenly etched into his face.
That's the best I can do, he said between breaths. I can scatter light into its separate colors. Holding it for even a moment, however, is taxing. Now, ask me how much energy it would take for me to bend light around myself, making it appear as if I weren't here. Lords, Riala, I couldn't even make this ring disappear. Jarek once told me you made him and yourself vanish at the same time.
Riala looked down at her cup, uncertain how to respond.
Little one,
Topaz said in a more subdued tone.
Why do you have so much trouble believing in yourself? If a man like Martis can win the hand of a princess and the heart of a kingdom, why can't an intelligent young girl use a little magic? I think you'll find that the world is slightly more fair than people claim.
Uncertainty, shame, and curiosity all fought within her. The cup in her hand was cold before she finally responded. Curiosity won. "What is it I do, Topaz?" she asked.
The Jesk smiled. You play with light, little one.
But what is light?
Topaz chuckled. Now you sound like a Trexandian. Honestly, I don't know what light is. I think it's made of small pieces of something, but I can barely see them, and then only if I concentrate very hard.
Axii? Riala asked.
Topaz looked surprised. You've read the treatise Axios? He asked with surprise.
Riala nodded.
What did you think? He asked with curiosity.
I don't know, Riala said, draining the last of her tea. It really did taste better cold, though she would never admit so to Topaz. For the most part, I liked the way it flowed, but the word choices seemed bulky in sections.
I meant what did you think of the ideas, not the writing, he clarified.
Oh, Riala said. I thought it made sense.
Well, I don't think light is the same as Axii, Topaz said. It's different. I don't know what to make of it since I can't really see it.
But you can see Axii? Riala asked with confusion.
It's complicated, Topaz said. But, in essence, yes. And I think if you work at it, you'll realize you can see light in the same way. You can certainly manipulate it."
"I'll try," Riala said.
"Good. But don't wait too long. Joharn's safety is one thing, but there's a bigger problem caused by his disappearance."
"The state of the kingdom?"
"In a way," Topaz said, standing. "Assuming Joharn is still missing approximately 14 months from now, we are going to have a real problem."
"Martis," Riala realized.
Topaz nodded. "Korteth's marriage and the prince's vanishing makes a certain member of Ka Strafen the next heir to the throne. If you think these last few months were chaotic, imagine Martis as king."
Riala shivered. "Lords," she whispered.
"Lords is right," Topaz said, gathering a few items she couldn't see out of one of the chests at the back of the room. "And since you've been so nice as to volunteer, it's now your responsibility to see that such a thing doesn't happen."
"But I don't know where to start," Riala protested.
Topaz threw his pack over his shoulder. "I'd start with the most suspicious characters. Who would benefit from the prince's disappearance?"
"Martis?" Riala offered.
Topaz nodded. "If I wanted to become king of Melorand, though the lords only know why someone would want a responsibility like that, removing the heir and marrying his sister would be a decent way to go about it. Anyone else you think might have done it?"
"I don't know," Riala mumbled. "The Whore Watchers?"
Topaz raised an eyebrow. "Why would they bother with such a thing?"
"I'm not sure," Riala said. The impression had been with her since she'd heard of the prince's disappearance, however. They're just so suspicious. In Falin ballads, it's always the conniving sorcerers that cause all the problems.
"That's hardly valid reasoning, little one," Topaz said, closing his pack. "I'd keep an eye on Martis first, if I were you. In my experience, a throne is always more powerful a motivator than some inchoate desire to do evil."
"All right." Riala stood, watching Topaz prepare with sad eyes. "You're leaving so soon?" she asked.
"Like I said," the Jesk explained, replacing his brown cloak. "Just passing through. Hopefully Rhodus will never even know I was here."
Then he paused, looking her in the eyes.
"I was, however, going to visit you, little one. I wanted to warn you that I might not be back for a while."
"How long?" Riala asked softly.
"I don't know. Years, probably. Some of the things I'm getting involved in are going to take a lot of time, and it won't be easy to slip away. I'll try to stop by."
"You'd better," Riala said, fighting tears. With Jarek gone, the kindly old Frost after him, and even Korteth getting married, Topaz was about the last one she had left. "Someone has to bring me more of that chocolate."
Topaz chuckled. "Water my plants while I'm gone, will you, little one?" he requested.
"I always do."
Chapter 33. "All right, men," Jarek said, scanning the piles of bones. "You know what to do." The members of the fourth bridge fanned out, scavenging as they had done dozens of times before. Today, however, there was a difference. They spoke to one another as they moved, joking and talking about their lives before the war. As they worked, they tossed rags and fragments of wood onto a fire they had built in the middle of the passage. A little illumination helped to push back the gloom of the grisly chore and provided warmth. Jarek would have never thought it possible to be cold here in the south, but these cracks were so far down that they were actually sometimes frigid. "Cap, it's your job to keep us entertained," Jarek reminded, putting his hand on the shoulder of a young boy from Lalum. The Lallan was the youngest member of their crew, save perhaps for Jarek himself, though he knew the others assumed he was much older than he really was. Kep was a short, scrawny thing who had a difficult time fitting into the life of a bridgeman. He had to wear tall braces on his shoulders to carry bridges, and even then he wasn't much help. In one area, however, he was invaluable. The boy pulled out a small flute he had constructed from a couple reeds and began to play. Even in Rhodus's palace, Jarek had never heard a musician who was so skilled. Kep's music was haunting and beautiful, and it conveyed all the passion of a storyteller. It seemed at times like an entire room full of pipers was playing, not just one boy. At other times, a single solitary melody was all he gave. Whatever the style, every moment was engaging. Today, Kep chose a lively tune, and the music joined with the light, both pushing away gloom. Jarek walked over to the others, falling into place and pushing through bones and bodies in search of weapons. His heart, however, was not as joyful as those of his men. The fourth bridge had been together for over a month now, and the group was beginning to feel an incredible sense of camaraderie. However, during that month he had lost 3 members to Shodel arrows. Such a low percentage would have been considered fabulous by any normal bridge crew, but Jarek's men would not be any normal bridge crew. Losing one man was too many. He had to find a better way. After the second death, following their 4th run, Jarek had realized his selfishness. He had been forced to confront his own strange abilities, realizing that no matter how distasteful microkinesis was, he couldn't justify ignoring it when men were dying. From that moment on, he had gone into battles looking at the world microkinetically. Unfortunately, he had never been able to reproduce the extraordinary events of before when he had destroyed the arrow. Other Axii refused to obey him no matter how much he challenged them. It was almost as if a piece of him were holding back. He wasn't certain what he had done that once, but he was beginning to feel that he would never be able to do it again. Not that microkinesis wasn't proving useful. "Don't touch that one, Gathban," Jarek warned. Gathban, a squat, overweight Kashtch, looked up with surprise. He had been reaching to move a still-rotting corpse out of the way, trying to get to a glimmer of metal underneath. Jarek looked at the body, his vision shifting to see beyond its flesh and into its base construction. He could sense small, but still intricate constructions of Axii crawling across the corpse's skin. He had seen the same things on the body of a man dying of the dark fever. Not questioning, Gathban moved away from the body. Jarek quickly scanned the rest of the crack, but the other bodies had been dead long enough for their flesh to have rotted away, and he saw no signs of disease. Jarek followed Gathban, placing himself next to the larger man as they continued to search. "Tell me about Kashtch, Rock," he requested, using the man's nickname, a tag he had earned half as a joke regarding his size and half as a comment about his sheer toughness. Gathban looked up for a moment, then shrugged a large shoulder. Jarek had never seen a Kashtch that wasn't a little bit fat. Like their Kichen cousins, they were a large people, though they tended to be shorter. They carried their weight well, however. The bulk was spread around their entire bodies instead of concentrated in the belly, like it had been in King Rhodus. Jarek knew from experience that beneath the flab was a set of muscles that could rival even the mightiest of soldiers. "Honestly, sir, Kashtch is a pretty ordinary place. Our people used to be chariot warriors like the Kichen, but, well, they say we got too big for the horses to pull. Now most of us just farm or raise sheep." "And you're related to the Kichen?" Jarek asked, picking up a long-bladed sword that still looked usable. Gathban smiled. "Partially, but they don't like us much, sir. We've got as much Falan and Rhodean blood in our veins as we do Kichen. I barely even know a handful of words in Kichen. I was raised speaking Falan, and that's what I know." Jarek nodded. "Still they—" "Sir!" a voice called from the other side of the cavern. "I found one." "Good," Jarek called back. "Excuse me, Gathban."
"Of course, sir."
Jarek hurried over to where a small group of bridgemen stood around a particular corpse. It had long since lost its flesh, but the bones were draped with tattered remnants of clothing that had obviously not been human. The Shodel wore armor made of hundreds of tiny steel rings, a method of construction that still baffled Yolish smiths, though he had heard that Sens could duplicate it. The small rings rusted easily, leaving the metal unusable. The bones, however, were a different matter. "Denty, you have that sack?" Jarek asked. "Yes, sir," the tall man replied, holding out a sack bearing a stalk of grain, which marked it as food supplies. "Good. You know what to do?" "Yes, sir," Denty replied, reaching to put the skeleton in the sack. The first bone his hand fell on, however, was a long, thin one that came to a point at both tips. "Wait," Jarek said, feeling a coldness about him. Though he was not looking microkinetically, he could sense the pulses of energy coming from the bone. The Tamu Kek. "I've warned you about that bone, Denty. Leave it behind, but take the rest." "Yes, sir," Denty said with a shrug. As soon as they reached the top of the cliffside, Denty took on the slump-backed, customary posture of a bridgeman, then broke off from the rest of the group and slowly began to shuffle away. The sack of Shodel bones rested plumply on his back. They had found several more Shodel bodies during the hunt and had harvested their skeletons as well. Jarek watched the lanky Fallon wander away. His biggest fear was that someone would see Denty's motions and assume they were trying to take some of the scavengings for themselves. No cry arose, however, as the members of the Fourth Bridge made their way over to the collection station to unload their burdens. Though the semi-theft was starkly obvious to Jarek, Denty just wandered past the collection station carrying a large and suspicious-looking sack. None of the regular soldiers even gave him a passing glance. It appeared that the assumptions about bridgemen could work for them as well as against them. Since it was presumed that bridgemen were too dense to do much on their own, everyone just assumed Denty had orders to do what he was doing. Jarek was so caught up in watching Denty that he completely missed what was happening on the other side of the collection station. When he heard the cry, however, he immediately realized his mistake. Young Kep had been pushed out of line by one of the weighing guards, and the boy lay huddled on the ground, cowering before the larger man. "You call that a load?" the man demanded. Jarek cursed quietly. They had given Kep an equal distribution of the gatherings, but no matter how much they brought back, it seemed that the weighing guards always found one bridgeman to pick on. Usually it was one of the smaller ones. Jarek dropped his own load, preparing to rush over and help. He slowed, however, as he realized someone else had beat him to it. Gathban stepped out of the line, tossing his bag of metal to the ground with a sharp crash. He stepped in front of Kep, planting his powerful legs on the ground and folding his arms. Another man, Kurt, joined him, followed by two more, until the single guard found himself faced by 4 unyielding bridgemen. Jarek approached with a quiet step. The guard's face was shocked, as if he were seeing bridgemen for the first time, realizing that compared to these men, their muscles powerful from their daily labors, their eyes hard and enduring, he was outmatched. "Is there a problem here, soldier?" Jarek asked, joining the line of 4 men, folding his arms to imitate their stance. He made certain that the action raised the side of his shirt, revealing the glimmering Shodel sword he had taken to wearing. He'd decided that they could try to take it from him if they wanted, but he would not be quelled. So far, no one had made any objections. No," the man mumbled. "Good," Jarek said. "Back into line, men." The men nodded, one of them turning to help Kep to his feet. Jarek laid a hand on Gathban's arm as he passed. "Good job, Rock," Jarek mumbled. The large man smiled. "We did the Fourth Bridge, sir. All of us." With that comment, he picked up his sack and moved into line. Gathban stirred the soup, adding spices from several pouches that rested on the ground beside the fire and humming to himself a tune that Jarek didn't recognize. It was amazing what the cache could do with a few simple ingredients. It was probably a result of the slop he had been forced to eat for the last 8 months, but Jarek thought Gathban's soups tasted better than anything he had ever had in the king's palace. Men sat around the fire talking, a usual occurrence now in the Fourth Bridge. Jarek had long since run out of stories to tell them, but it didn't matter. Sometimes he retold their favorites or even made up new ones, but mostly the men liked to just sit around and talk. For some reason, they didn't seem as tired as they had before. To augment their nightly sessions, Jarek had taken to spending half of his pay, 2 coppers now because of his rank, on ingredients for Gathban's soups. It wasn't much, but it seemed to do a lot for filling the men's stomachs. "Where'd you learn to cook, Rock?" Jarek asked as one of the men accepted a bowl full of soup from the cache. "My hammy taught me," Gathban replied, seating himself next to Jarek. "Hammy?" Jarek asked. "My grandmother, sir. She was the best cook this side of the Atads. Could turn rocks and twigs into a feast not even a king could refuse. She said a boy who couldn't cook wouldn't be able to appreciate his wife." "Sounds like quite the woman," Jarek noted. "She was, sir," Gathban said with a sigh, eating his own soup. "And she was right, too." "Right?" "Rock got a woman waiting him, sir," Kurt said in broken Fallon, the accepted language of the fireside chats. "And I hear she's as big as he is, too," another man, Vesson, snickered. "Bigger," Gathban huffed. "Not like these scrawny things you Fallons chase." The men laughed at the cache's indignation. "How long do you have now, Rock?" Denty asked, helping himself to some soup. "I'm almost halfway there." Jarek raised an eyebrow. "Rock's tech..." Denty stumbled on the foreign word. "Testdel," Gathban corrected. "It's something like a carload over here." "Anyway," Denty continued, "his chief won't let him marry unless he can come up with 300 coppers. That seems a little extreme," Jarek noted. "It's complicated, sir," Gathban said. "I don't much understand it myself. Rochelle, that's my girl. She belongs to a separate Testdel. I can only marry within my area, and so my Testdel has to buy her before the wedding can take place. He said if I came to the war and sent him the money, he'd do it." "You see," Vesson said, scratching his short beard, "it's much easier here. The women may be scrawny, but we don't have to work so hard for them." "No, Vesson," Kurt put in. "Instead of paying nobles, you just give money directly to girls." Vesson blushed as the men laughed. "I'll bet Hook has a girl," Denty said, flopping down on the ground beside the fire. "How about it, sir? You probably have some gorgeous thing waiting for you." "She won't be waiting long after she hears about that nose," Vesson quipped. Jarek smiled, setting his bowl aside. "I have a woman," he admitted as the laughter died down, "though I wouldn't say she's waiting for me. In fact, she's engaged to someone else." "That's why you came to the war?" Denty asked. "That's part of it," Jarek said. "Who was she?" Kurt asked, his Melloran accent showing through. He didn't speak much of his past, though Jarek guessed he was a runaway servant of some sort. "The daughter of the king," Jarek said offhandedly. There were several whoops of surprise at this. "Hook certainly knows how to set his sights high," Vesson chuckled. "Were you a nobleman?" Kep asked, his voice reserved. "I was a lumberman," Jarek said. "I've told you that before. However, I was raised in the palace." "A servant?" Vesson guessed. "No," Jarek corrected. "I was part of a bet. The king and one of the Call-Lords had a competition. They wanted to see if a peasant boy could be trained to learn as well as the son of a nobleman." "That was you?" Kurt asked with surprise, sitting up so quickly he dropped his bowl. "Unfortunately," Jarek admitted. "How did it turn out?" Vesson asked, his thin face intrigued. "Well," Jarek said, leaning back to look up into the clear night sky. The stars looked different here in Fallamore. They were slightly off. "Let's just say I got too accustomed to life in the palace. I started to think I was an aristocrat. I even assumed the princess would choose me over a member of the nobility. In the end, she didn't, and I ended up here." "You didn't win, then?" Kep asked with disappointment. "Oh, I won," Jarek said. "We never finished the bet, but my essays danced circles around those of the nobleman's son." The knight grew silent. Jarek looked up to find the bridgeman looking at him with solemn eyes. "You can read, then, sir?" Gathban asked. "Of course I—" Jarek paused. There was surprise in the man's eyes, surprise he recognized. He had felt the same emotion the day he had realized that Martis was no better than the bully back in his home village. To these men, reading was a sign of nobility. They had been taught it was the divine right of the upper class. "Yes," he said, "I can read." The king was right. Peasants can learn to read. In fact, they can turn out just as learned as any nobleman. It was a heavy load for them to bear, and Jarek could see the uncertainty in their eyes. One comment, even from a man they respected so much, was hardly enough to battle an entire lifetime of contrary teaching. Jarek smiled. "I'll teach any of you who want to learn." They didn't get an opportunity to make use of the Shodel bones for another 2 weeks. They went on a number of runs, but each one proved to be easy and relatively safe, with no Shodel shooting at them. The strain of luck only served to enhance the Fourth Bridge's growing reputation. It was whispered throughout the camp that the crew that had once been the least lucky had been taken under the protection of Orion the White himself. Eventually, however, the day came. "I see them, sir," Gathban said. "They're waiting for us." "Well, our luck couldn't have lasted forever," Jarek said, taking a deep breath. Gathban nodded. Ever since Jarek had named him as his second, a rank that wasn't officially endorsed by the camp but was considered law to the Fourth Bridge, the Kashch had decided to take the place next to Jarek at the front of the bridge. It was his privilege as second, he claimed. "Run!" Gaz yelled from behind. The Shodel were lining up to fire. "If this doesn't work," Jarek said under his breath, "carry my body back to camp when Gaz is finished with me." Gathban snorted. "You think we'd let him touch you?" "All right, men," Jarek yelled. "Let's give this a try." Jarek let go of the bridge. Ducking to a running squat, he slowed slightly and let the bridge pass over him. There, tied to the bottom of the wooden structure, were 4 large rectangular shields, each one wrapped in cloth. He pulled them loose, then dashed back to the front of the bridge, handing one to Gathban and 2 others. They brought the shields up just as the arrows began to fly. Jarek held up the large cloth-covered shield. Shafts began to snap against its surface, but it held. "Let's move!" Jarek cried. The men behind, rearranging slightly to compensate for the 4 missing bridgemen, broke into a dash. Jarek and his shield-bearers ran at the front, blocking the arrows. "There, sir!" Gathban yelled, nodding toward the quickly approaching plateau. One of the Shodel archers, angry at Jarek's ploy, was jumping across the chasm in front of them. Jarek cursed. He hadn't considered this. Yelling loudly, he dashed forward and rammed his shield into the surprised Shodel. Then, without pausing, he dropped the bulky rectangle and whipped out his sword. The archer had barely recovered from the first blow when Jarek's sword took him in the stomach. White blood pulsed forth, and Jarek brought his foot up, kicking the Shodel off the end of his blade, toppling the creature into the chasm, its dying black eyes utterly shocked. Jarek immediately rolled, dropping the weapon to recover his shield, and none too quickly. 3 arrows cracked against its front just after he brought it up. "Drop the bridge and move into place!" Jarek yelled. The men complied, moving with practiced efficiency. Jarek jumped onto the bridge itself, holding his shield to protect the men pushing behind. He walked backward as the bridge slid across the chasm, careful not to let his weight topple it into the black gulf. Jarek jumped off as the bridge fell into place. Men galloped across the structure, engaging the retreating archers beyond. Looking around quickly, Jarek offered a silent prayer to the 9 lords. Had they been quick enough? His tension faded as his eyes found the other bridge crews. Several of them were just placing their bridges. The members of the 4th hadn't just kept up, they had moved even faster than their companions. Jarek turned to confront what he knew would come next. Sure enough, Gaz could be seen trotting across the white-rocked plateau, his face dark. "Where in the name of the lords did you get those?" he demanded. "You've been stealing!" Jarek reached out his hand as the Kashtch approached, pulling the cloth off the front of his shield, revealing the wall of white beneath. Gaz stopped, looking at the collection of bones. It had taken most of the leather from the men's vests to strap them all together, but the 3-layer construction of bones had been worth the effort. Gaz growled. "I'm not certain if I should beat you for insubordination or pure morbidity," he said with a curse. "They're Shodel bones, Gaz," Jarek said, setting the shield aside. "They're much lighter than human bones, but they're stronger as well. I once heard someone tell me that there was Dragonsteel in them. Last I looked, there was no rule forbidding us from using Shodel bones." "You must have used camp time when you're paid to be working, to gather them," Gaz challenged. "You could make that assumption," Jarek said with a shrug. "However, if you check with the overseers, you'll probably find that our crew has produced more metal while scavenging than any other. That makes a poor case for us being loafers." Gaz paused again, less certain. "I don't have to answer to anyone," he finally decided. "I could have you hung just for looking at me wrong." "That would be a bad idea," Jarek said, holding out his hand. Gathban brought him another shield, and Jarek held it out toward the Kashtch sergeant. "What's that?" Gaz demanded. "Your shield, Gaz," Jarek said. "We made 5. My crew will carry them to and from the battlefield. All you have to do is come get it when you want a little extra protection. And," Jarek said, nodding to the battlefield, which was littered with the bodies of dead and dying bridgemen, "I think only a fool would reject it. I've seen some arrows come pretty close to you, Gaz, no matter how far back you try to hide. Sooner or later, those Shodel are going to realize you're the one who gives the orders, then you'll suddenly become their prime target." Gaz scratched his beard. The Kashtch had always disliked Jarek, but the first lesson a man learned in the Eternal War was that of self-preservation. All prejudices were cast aside when it came to survival. "All right," Gaz finally decided. "Not so quickly, Gaz," Jarek said, handing the shield back to Gathban. "I'll give you the shield, but you're going to have to give me something in exchange." The Kashtch's eyes grew suspicious. "What?" he demanded. "Men," Jarek said. "I want more men. The other bridge crews are constantly getting new recruits, but I haven't gotten anyone new in months." "You never lose any men," Gaz protested. "The last time one died was a month ago, and I sent you a replacement." "Nonetheless, I want a few more. It's only fair." "It only takes 20 men to carry a bridge," Gaz said. "What would you do with them?" "That is my business. I am, after all, the bridge leader." Gaz ground his teeth, his face growing indignant. "Look, Gaz," Jarek said, stepping forward and looking down at the man's eyes. He only remarked briefly on the fact that 8 months ago, when he had arrived at the war, he had been forced to look up to meet Gaz's eyes. "If you'll apply your brain to it, you'll realize more men for me is a good thing for you. Don't tell me you haven't received reports telling you that our crew is becoming more productive than any other in the camp. We scavenge better, we build better bridges, and we even clean latrines faster. I'll bet our success has brought you praise." Gaz looked up. He suddenly looked very tiny. Had Jarek ever considered this man large and frightening? "If I have more men, we'll work even better. No one will realize I have a few extra bodies. In fact, it will just look normal, because we'll be receiving replacements just like the other crews. You'll be praised, I get what I want, and we both are safe from Shodel arrows." Gaz took a step backward. "I'll think about it," he mumbled. "You'll do it," Jarek replied. Gaz paused. Jarek could see the battle going on in his mind. This was the crucial moment. Either Gaz would get enraged at Jarek's questioning of his authority, and Jarek would probably end up disappearing from the camp one night in an unexplained accident, or the Kashtch would take the offer and say nothing to his superiors. It was pride versus self-preservation. "All right," the man finally agreed, grinding his teeth. As much as he wanted to see Jarek punished, the prospect of being shielded during battle was more enticing. but just be glad I didn't beat you seriously for today's stunt." With that rather pathetic attempt at saving face, the Kasht retreated to begin yelling at another crew. Jarek turned to find Gathban's smiling face, and beyond him a group of quiet and respectful bridgemen. Not a single one had been injured in the approach. Kep walked up to him slowly, holding out the discarded Shodel sword. Jarek accepted the blade and slid it back into his sheath. "We're Bridge 4, he said simply, and the men let out a cheer. Jarek sat contemplatively as he watched the battle proceed, thinking about his easy victory over Gaz and the success of his shields. He had found a way to get his men to a defended plateau safely, but he was still worried. "You look troubled, sir," Gathban noted, sitting next to him. "It isn't enough, Rock," Jarek confided. The fourth bridge lounged around them, congratulating themselves on their victory. "What do you mean, sir? I'm just a simple man, but it looks like we won to me." Jarek shook his head. "What if a couple more Shodel decided to attack us like that archer did?" he asked. "They'll realize that this change in bridgeman techniques is dangerous, and they'll try to squash it quickly. Next time we might find ourselves facing an entire squad of warriors." Gathban shrugged. "I don't see what we can do about it, sir." Suddenly Jarek's eyes fell on the short sword at Gathban's waist. "Rock, have you ever even drawn that thing?" The Kasht looked down. "This?" he asked, pulling the diminutive blade out of its sheath. In his massive hand it looked even smaller. "It never seemed to be of much use to me." "I think we underestimate the usefulness of those swords, Rock," Jarek mused. "If we knew how to use them—" "That's what we need to do. We need to train ourselves to fight." "But when?" Gathban returned. "At night?" Jarek shook his head too slowly. "No, that time is too important. The men need a chance to relax." Then he looked around him, realization striking. "We do it now, Rock." "No." "Now, in the middle of runs. We just sit here watching the battle. We should be preparing, training ourselves. These runs take hours." Jarek smiled to himself. "That's the answer, Rock. It's the time we need." The Kasht nodded slightly, agreement in his eyes. "Today?" he asked. "No," Jarek decided. "Let the men celebrate first. We'll start next time. I know some basic fencing techniques, and the men are already in shape. If we can teach them to hold together in a fight and not scatter, we'll probably have all the edge we need." Jarek trailed off. Something was wrong, very wrong. He stood suddenly, his body tense and alert. It was coming from the center of the fighting plateau. Something very powerful, like he had never felt before. "Sir?" Gathban asked with concern. Jarek scanned the conflict. The Shodel had pulled back momentarily, regrouping before they tried one last time to take the well from Ski Company. There were the usual horrors and floating monsters which gave off a slight pulsing chill, but Jarek was used to that. This was something much more powerful. "There," he said out loud without realizing it, pointing at the back of the Shodel group. A new arrival had joined their ranks. Jarek could distinguish little from such a distance. It wore armor, full body armor like the Tsend warrior that had come to the palace back in Melorand. But it wasn't silver like steel. It was a dull grayish black. On its head was a wicked helmet that pointed down in a V shape with twin knife-like protrusions at the top like spiked ears. "It's the Lord of the War," Gathban breathed, rising beside him. "I've never seen him before." Jarek nodded slowly. He had heard stories, but never seen the creature for himself. The Lord of the War, they called it, leader of the Shodel forces. It was supposed to be a wicked monster, a horror even the illusions couldn't match. Looking at his armor, Jarek could believe the stories true. In a moment of curiosity, he distorted his vision, looking microkinetically. The creature's armor was nothing more than painted steel, not dragon steel. Jarek couldn't be certain the creature itself wasn't an illusion. He had tried looking at illusions microkinetically, but they looked the same as anything else, collected groups of axi. The illusions were detailed enough to fool even his abilities. Jarek switched back to regular vision as the Shodel attacked again. The strange warrior rode at their front astride one of the reptilian jumping beasts that had become increasingly common over the last few months. The Lord of the War slammed into the human ranks, laying about him with an enormous weapon that was some cross between a sword and an axe, a construction that was short in length but at least 4 handspans thick and covered with wicked barbs and spikes. Jarek didn't need microkinesis to know the blade was forged of dragonsteel. Its edge sheared through men's armor like an oar through water, splitting soldiers completely in half with nearly every swing. Within a few minutes, the battle was over, the men retreating across their bridges. As they left, the monster reined its beast in and paused, looking at his fleeing opponents. His face seemed to pause on Jarek, staring at him, though no eyes were visible beneath the dark helm. "Come on," Jarek said distractedly, his eyes still focused on the Lord of the War. "Stow those shields. Let's get moving." Chapter 34. Batchor knew little of agriculture, but he had enough business sense to recognize prosperity when he saw it. Lush green crops, peasants who laughed while they worked, and cities that welcomed foreigners, even Kichan. All of this in the middle of what had once been a barren land where scrub and tumbleweed had been much more common than crops. Tsendor had changed dramatically even in the 2 years since he and Topaz had infiltrated the temple. Batchor shook his head, guiding his chariot through the city gates. Had he not been on such an important mission, he might have even considered relocating his clan from Falamore to Tsendor. Such prosperous times boded well for merchants. He knew of at least a dozen clans that had left for Tsendor in the last decade. Another change he had noticed was the horses. Ever since Cherutar had introduced the chariot to Yolen over 1,000 years before, the vehicle had been the chosen means of transportation. A chariot could move much more quickly than an ox-drawn cart or a mule. Unfortunately, the metals necessary to construct a chariot, not to mention the horses to draw one, were beyond the means of most people. As he had been traveling, bumping along a newly constructed Tsend highway, a man on horseback had galloped past him. Not just any man, however. A Kichan. Batchor had been so dumbfounded that he had nearly lost control of his chariot. Kichan did not ride horses. It wasn't a matter of cultural taboo, but one of necessity. Horses, unlike mules, could only carry weight on the hind portion of their back, right above the legs, a position that made for very uncomfortable riding. In addition, Batchor hadn't ever seen a horse that was strong enough to bear the weight of an enormous Kichan frame. Riding was for lean, wiry cattlemen. Kichan used chariots. Except it appeared as if that were changing. Batchor had heard that recent advances in horse breeding had produced an animal capable of carrying a rider on its back, but never had he imagined the magnificent beasts he saw in Tsendor. Here, in the city of Gavorn-Du, he counted more horses bearing the strange leather constructions, apparently known as saddles, on their backs than he did pulling chariots. Gavorn-Du was a large city and, like most modern Tsend cities, was constructed mostly of stone and thatchings. It was an odd combination, stone walls with wooden tops. Batchor was accustomed to either the clay brick buildings of Falamore or the completely wooden shacks of northern Yolen. The combination seemed to work all right for the Tsends, however. Their homes didn't have to bear the weight of snow like those in Melorand, but they also didn't have to deal with the powerful humidity of Falamore, which tended to warp and even rot woods. Batchor made several inquiries as he traveled the streets, and he didn't even have to glare very hard to get answers. Eventually, he arrived at a prosperous-looking building with a shingled roof and meticulously whitewashed stone walls. He tied up his horse, then pulled open the door and strode in. The Kichan family inside, who had been in the process of eating, looked up with surprise. Batchor had never seen any of them before in his life. "I am Batchor," he informed them. There was a brief pause, then the Chan wife, A squat, short woman, at least for a Kichan, jumped from her seat enthusiastically. "Cousin!" she declared as the rest of the family rose, greeting him with hand clasps and pats on the shoulders. In a moment, the Chan wife, Tokal, had set him a place at the table, and he was eating and conversing with the family. Few outsiders understood the nature of Kichan familial ties. From his experiences traveling and dealing with Yolish merchants, Batchor knew that they would have been amazed at what he had just done. In Yolen, one didn't just stride into the home of a distant relative you had never met and expect to be fed. Tokal was his Gotchuf, a female seventh cousin. Batchor had never met her, but he knew her name. All Kichan were required to know their family descendant trees 8 generations removed, and one was still considered a close relative until the 12th generation. Tokal could have been his mother's sister's daughter, and not his mother's father's father's mother's father's mother's father's brother's daughter's son's daughter's 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 daughter. It made perfect sense. Batchor had never understood why outsiders couldn't comprehend such things. "You have come like everyone else, I assume," Bethra, Tokal's husband, was saying. "More and more Kichan are moving to Tsendor these days." "It certainly has changed, Rukath," Batchor responded, using the title for one's Gotchuf's husband. "It has indeed," Bethra continued. "A decade back our clan could barely make its way dealing in Tsend stone. Now we've become wealthy by trading clocks." No mention was made of Batchor's dead father, for the 2-year mourning period had not ended. It was taboo to speak of the deceased in that time. "Clocks?" Batchor asked, forming the unfamiliar Tsend word in his mouth. "Cousin Batchor, haven't you seen one?" Tokal said, pulling her chair away from the table and scuttling into a side room. Batchor shifted in his seat uncomfortably. When had the Tsends started using chairs at the table? Last he had known, they ate on the floor like everyone else. It was much more economical. The only thing chairs did was make you have to build taller tables. Tokal returned with a box-like contraption that was about 2 handspans wide. On the front was a circle divided something like a sundial with 2 arms pointing in different directions. Tokal handed him the box. "It tells time, Batchor," she said. Batchor frowned. He couldn't read Tsend, but the symbols around the circle were familiar enough for him to recognize them as numbers. "But why use a box when you have the sun?" Batchor asked. "Because this is more precise, cousin," Tokal explained. "It can tell the exact minute of the day." Batchor snorted. "Why would you need to know that?" Tokal shook her head. "I don't really understand either," she confessed. "They are extremely popular, however, and the nobility all think they need one. And, of course, if the nobility needs one, then the rich merchants all need one as well, if just to prove that they're as good as any aristocrat." Batchor shook his head, turning the box in his hands. Fads were common amongst the nobility. He suspected that in another few years the novelty of these clocks would wear away and everyone would go back to telling time in the way the true God intended. Until then, however, he couldn't blame his cousins for making a profit on them. "We'll need a distributor in Yolen soon, Cathcor," Bethra said, using the word for a male 7th cousin of one's wife. "Whatever brought you to Tsendor, I assure you this will be a much better deal." Batchor paused. Even in the face of his quest, such an offer was tempting. "I must decline, Rukath," Batchor said with a sigh. "I am committed to my current trade endeavor." "And may we ask what that is?" Tokal inquired. Batchor paused. "Dragonsteel," he finally replied. Traveling these last 6 months had been a different experience for Batchor. Soon after arriving in Tsendor, he had realized that he couldn't just go from place to place like he used to. He bore a much greater weight now. He had to take responsibility for things that he had always just left to Topaz. He had to listen as he traveled, teasing out information from the people he met and using what he learned to guide his course. He knew, however, that he could not do it the way Topaz did. Batchor was no actor able to construct for himself a dozen different personas as the situation demanded. Besides, even if he had been capable of such, it would never work for a Keychan. His people's histories and family relationships were too complex to be invented. Had he tried to pretend to be someone he was not, every Keychan in the area would quickly have seen through the deception. So it was that Batchor, acting as no one but himself, came to stand in the receiving hall of the Kai family mansion. It was an impressive building, more so than even the rest of Tsend. Its construction followed that of the temple he and Topaz had visited, with broad archways and vaulted ceilings. Its walls were draped with artwork, most of which were Falun, though some appeared to be Tsend. Batchor was not a connoisseur of art, but the Tsend paintings impressed him. The southern continent was not known for its artistic ability, but apparently this trait, like so many others, was changing under the reign of Emperor Aranak. The paintings incorporated some new element that Batchor couldn't quite figure out. Somehow the painter made it seem as if things in the background of the painting were actually farther away than those at the front. It was an impressive technique, and Batchor felt himself wanting to reach out and feel the canvas to prove to himself that the images were really just paint. "Tradesman Batchor," a feminine voice addressed. Batchor turned from the painting to regard a middle-aged woman approaching from the far end of the hallway. She had the tall, thin frame of a Nyor Tsend. Few people from Yolen understood the diversity of the Tsends as a racial group. Since Tsendor as a continent was also a single country, most Yolish assumed that it was also one people. Such was a gross simplification. Batchor knew of at least a half-dozen distinct racial groups in Tsendor, and he had spent relatively little time on the continent. The Nyor Tsends originated on the northwestern tip of the continent, where the only truly suitable farmland could be found. They were a tall people, and though their skin was a shade darker than that of most Yolish, she was not half as dark as a Keychan. Still, despite their tendency to be thin, many people postulated that the Keychan and the Nyor were related somehow. They were the tallest and most aggressive people on their separate continents. Batchor nodded his head as the woman approached. The Keychan bowed to no one, no matter how lofty their rank. "My husband will see you now, tradesman," the woman said, "though I must warn you, he is not in a very inviting mood." "I understand," Batchor replied in horribly accented Tsendish. From what he had been told, Lord Kai Avel was rarely in, as his wife put it, an inviting mood. The man was known to be of an irritable temper, probably because his brother, his younger brother, was one of the nation's most accomplished generals. It was widely assumed that when the younger brother returned from his campaigns in the Eternal War, Emperor Aranak would appoint him head of his house, displacing his sibling. Lady Kai led Batchor through the twisting halls of the mansion to a well-lit room near the back of the building. Inside he saw a man who would have been distinguished had his face not been marred by a scowl. Kai Avel was short for a Nyor Tsend, which, knowing Tsend politics, probably inspired relentless gossipings about his parentage. He had been dictating something to a scribe, but as Batchor approached, he waved the man away and turned his frown on this newcomer. "What do you want?" the man demanded. "To see the necklace, I assume? I wish you people would understand that it is not for sale. Go ask some of your squinty-eyed brethren. They'll tell you what I told them. Your answer is no. You may not see it, you may not weigh it, and you certainly may not buy it." Batchor paused, taken aback by the sudden hostility in Kai Avel's words. "But you do not know what I am offering for him," Batchor protested. "It doesn't matter what you're offering," the man said, throwing his hands into the air. "I'm tired of you people coming to our country and buying up all the goods. You Keychan flock to prosperity like ants on a corpse, always searching for some way to take a chunk of flesh for yourselves. Well, not here. You may go." Topaz would have talked his way through. He would have either made friends with the man, turning hostility to affability in a matter of minutes, or he would have shamed Abel so soundly that all denials were forgotten. Batchor was not Topaz. His sandal thumped lightly against Abel's chest. The Tsend caught it before it dropped to the floor, looking down at the shoe with confused eyes. Batchor's fist took him in the forehead just as he was looking up. Batchor hopped back, raising his fists to prepare for the fight. Abel, however, dropped like a dead mule at the first blow. Batchor frowned, looking down at the unconscious man. He intentionally hadn't hit Abel very hard, trying to compensate for the unfairness of the fight. Apparently, he hadn't compensated enough. Then Batchor remembered the wife. He looked up in alarm, expecting her to have gone yelling for the guards. Lady Kai, however, still stood in the doorway, a slight smile on her lips. Apparently, Batchor wasn't the only one who had been insulted by this man. Batchor looked down again, slipping his sandal back on his foot. "His brother is a mighty warrior?" he asked in disbelief. The woman nodded. Batchor just shook his head. "Will you show me the necklace?" he requested. The woman hesitated. "I do not wish to take him, only to look at him." "It would serve him right if you did take it," the woman decided, brushing past Batchor and pulling open the door at the back of the room. Inside, Batchor could see a pedestal holding the necklace. Topaz would have snorted in disdain at the lack of proper security. Batchor nodded to his unlikely accomplice and walked into the room. The necklace was bulky and ornate, constructed of a set of fist-sized circular discs. It was silvery, but as Batchor looked closer, he noticed lines of tarnish hidden within its folds and etchings. He snorted. "He isn't even Dragonsteel," he laughed. "It isn't?" the woman asked with an amazed voice. Batchor shook his head, picking up the necklace. He reached down and pulled out his belt knife, then scraped the side of a disc. The blade left a mark. The silver was, of course, valuable, but not by far as priceless as Dragonsteel. "He never lets me touch it," the woman confessed. Then she smiled slightly. "But perhaps, now that I know the secret—" Batchor replaced the necklace, then nodded to Lady Kai, leaving her to contemplate her newfound power. Chapter 35. "Look how they stand, men," Jarek said, gesturing to the plateau in front of them. The human warriors had arranged themselves in a sturdy line, each man prepared to guard the sides of the men around him. "The important thing is not to break," Jarek explained as the Shodel made their attack. "If the line breaks, then the enemy can surround you and attack you from behind." The bridgemen nodded to themselves, watching the warriors fight. During the last few months, training during runs had been a success for more than one reason. Not only did it give the men something to do while they waited, but they were also able to see firsthand how their ranks were supposed to be formed. Though Jarek had a little knowledge of swordplay, he knew next to nothing about actual warfare. He learned as the other men learned, by watching. "See how each man's shield partially protects his neighbor's body?" Gathban noted. "I doubt there's a shield large enough to protect you, Rock," Vesson said, slapping the Kasht on the back. Jarek chuckled, turning away from the battle. "All right, let's form our ranks and practice. Remember your postures." The bridgeman did as he commanded, falling into 2 ranks of 9 men each, and proceeded to stage a mock battle. Jarek and Gathban stood aside, giving suggestions when they could. Jarek had requested, and been refused, enough wood to make practice swords. The officers suffered bridge force training, probably because they couldn't think of any reason to forbid it. Jarek could feel their resentment, however. Trained bridgemen challenged their elitism, breaking down the barriers between what made a man a noble and what made a man a peasant. The more he thought about it, the more he wondered just why the officers, especially General Demetris, were so wasteful with bridgemen lives. Shields were a simple enough thing to produce, not really requiring that much wood or expenditure. However, such things were called too good for bridgemen. The more he thought about it, the more Jarek realized the entire situation, the bridgeman casualties, was less an issue of money and more an issue of class. The regular warriors, mostly noblemen, often lost their lives while fighting for Dragonsteel. It would be wrong in their eyes for the peasants to escape unharmed when nobles died, so the bridgemen were forbidden shields. There was more to it than that, Jarek was certain. If the statistics he heard were true, then General Demetrius was able to put more men on a plateau more quickly than any other general. Most of that success came because of the way he pushed his bridge crews. Giving them shields would just add another element of complexity to his resource management and burden of training. In the end, the simple question was, why protect the bridgemen when there were always plenty more to replace them? Demetrius's willingness to sacrifice men was always compensated by the Fallen Emperor sending him more replacements. Still, Jarek thought poorly of Demetrius because of his attitude. Rin's cardinal teaching had been that of not wasting life, and Jarek could not respect a man who so blatantly wasted his men. Jarek did, however, keep such rebellious thoughts to himself. General Demetrius was the bridgemen's ultimate superior. It would hurt their morale and sense of purpose if they knew of Jarek's disapproval. "Good," Jarek noted as Kep jabbed his weapon between his opponent's shields. The young boy was disadvantaged in many ways, but his size did make him a more difficult target to hit. He almost completely vanished when protected by the shield of his companion, and he moved incredibly quickly. Kep smiled, an action that immediately earned him a rap on the head from his opponent's weapon, a piece of bone approximately the same length as a short sword. Jarek had been right about the weapons. They weren't as useless as they appeared. Though the short swords weren't as majestic as longer swords, they worked very well in a tight formation. They were much easier to thrust and swing than a longer blade. "Stay focused, Kep," Jarek warned, continuing to watch the battle. The men were getting good. Several months of training had made their reflexes quick, and their already strong muscles had provided a good basis for transforming them from servants to warriors. Now when the members of Bridge 4 walked through the camp, they wore their swords as if they knew how to use them. Each man also bore a small shield constructed of Shodel bones. Eventually, Jarek called for a break, and the men went to get drinks and rest. There would be no more practicing this day. It appeared as if the Dragonsteel battle was almost finished, and it wouldn't do for his men to be exhausted from training when it came time to carry their bridge back to camp. "Oh, Denty," Jarek called as they approached the camp. "All is well?" The tall Fallon smiled, nodding. He sat at the fire with 4 other men, stirring a pot of soup. The 20 with Jarek dropped their bridge in its place and began preparing for dinner. "It was a quiet day, sir," Denty explained, handing Jarek a bowl as he approached. "That's what it's supposed to be," Jarek replied with a smile. Gaz had actually given him the extra bridgeman he requested, an action that had come as a bit of a shock to Jarek. The excess of 5 men had given Jarek an opportunity to instigate a plan he had been working on, giving the men a day off. Bridgemen worked all days of the week, and the constant drudgery took its toll. With 25 men in his crew instead of 20, Jarek had been able to put them into a rotation, giving each man 1 day off in every 5. It was a small blessing, but it had made an enormous change in the bridgemen. Not only did their morale improve, but their bodies grew stronger as well. In addition, the ability to leave 5 men behind at the tent every day had completely eliminated theft. The camp's soldiers left Bridge 4 alone, for there was much easier prey to be found. As a result, the men had actually been able to save their earnings. "Look, sir," Denty requested, pointing back at the tent. The normally white side of the structure was covered with black letters. "You did that?" Jarek asked, impressed. "I practiced all day," Denty explained. "It's good," Jarek said appreciatively. Lacking anything else to write on, he had told the men to use the sides of the tent. The charcoal washed away freely enough. "We'll have you reading realmatic theory by the end of the month." What?" Denty asked, blushing beneath the praise. Then, pausing, he continued in a quieter voice. "Thank you, sir," he said. "You don't know what this all has meant to me." Jarek placed a hand on the man's shoulder. Denty's body was tougher now, lean where it once had been tall and somewhat scrawny. His long rectangular face bore hope in it, something he had never expected to see from Denty. "I understand," Jarek said simply. "I've been a wanderer since my family died in that plague," Denty continued softly. He rarely spoke of his past. "It's good to have a purpose again." With that, the tall, willowy man turned to walk over to the side of the tent, reading the words penned by his own hand with a look of amazement in his eyes. Jarek smiled to himself, tasting the soup. It was, of course, horrible. Denty couldn't cook to save his life. Jarek ate it anyway, as did the other men, though he did notice Gathban discreetly adding a few spices to the mix. Jarek watched them, standing a little off to the side. He felt like Denty in a way. He was amazed at what Bridge 4 had become, unable to believe the transformation. The men were singing a rousing song Vesson had taught them. They were happy, and they were alive. Somehow, as he watched them, he knew he couldn't take much credit for their success. Just as the words Denty wrote on the tent had first been crafted by creative thinkers long ago, the souls of these men had been given life by a power far beyond Jarek's own understanding. He had only given them a little bit of a push. The song was about a boy named Pluk, who, through encountering several mishaps and adventures, ended up the king of a non-existent country. It was a silly song involving several misadventures in places like brothels, but the theme was encouraging. Pluk won in the end, proving himself not to be the fool everyone had thought him to be. As the second verse began, Besson called out with a loud voice, changing the name from Pluk to Hook. The men laughed, continuing the verses with this new alteration, and Jarek couldn't help but chuckle to himself. "In all my days, I've never seen such love for a leader," a voice noted. Jarek turned slightly as Gathban moved in the twilight darkness to stand next to him. "I still don't really understand why, Gathban," Jarek said softly under the sound of the music. "I'm amazed every day. How did it happen?" "I don't know, sir," Gathban admitted. "For me, it started on that day you took Denty's place at the front of the bridge. In my 6 months in the war, I'd had leaders yell at me, cajole me, and even beat me. However, never once had I ever seen one actually try to lead me. After that, well, let's just say my loyalty was certain the day you forced us to march back to the plains in the middle of the night to search for Uthkar." "We found him dead," Jarek said with a twinge of sorrow. Uthkar was the last soldier he had lost. "Yes, but you didn't know we would," Gathban continued. "I saw him fall myself, but even I couldn't be certain he was dead, considering how fast we retreated. That night, as we searched the plateaus for that one man, despite what old Gaz had told us to do, I knew that you would do the same for any of us, the same for me. You knew we had to retreat when we did, lest the warriors be unable to cross the chasms and escape. But you didn't for one moment give up on poor Uthkar. Sir, I'd follow a leader like that anywhere." Jarek nodded slowly. "Thank you, Gathban," he said quietly. "No problem, sir." The song ended with a round of cheers to Jarek's health and a toast, something which consisted of slapping their bowls of soup together as if they were mugs of sap rye. Jarek nodded appreciatively, and the topic changed, turning to stories from the men's homelands. The talk had a strange effect on Jarek. He thought of Melorand with increasing frequency lately. Perhaps it was the camaraderie of the men, perhaps it was because of the time of year. His birth date was quickly approaching. He had been at the Shattered Plains nearly a year now. He wondered about the king, Corteth, and even Joharn. He missed them. They had become his second family. He felt guilty at his treatment of Topaz and the others. They hadn't deserved his anger. He had searched the camp for Frost, but the man had disappeared, and Jarek was frightened for the old scholar's welfare. Most of all, however, he found himself wondering how Riala was doing. It was odd to him that he should worry about her. If anything, he should be thinking about Corteth. Ostensibly, all of his effort in the war was an attempt at winning the princess's hand. The more time he spent here, however, the more he realized he had never really known Corteth. Her personality had been a thing of vapors to him, unimportant next to her beauty. Memories of her face faded, and he was left trying to remember any truly enjoyable times he had spent with her. To his surprise, there were none. Riala, however, he could remember well. True, most of the recollections involved her implying he was a fool for one reason or another, but at least they were there. Jarek remembered with fondness the first time she had chastised him. The sentiment had been building for some time, and it had been no surprise to him when she released it. Riala, however, had been completely shocked that she would let such thoughts pass her lips. He wondered how she was faring up in Melorand, if Topaz often came to visit, and if they often spoke of how stupid their once friend had been for running off to die on the Shattered Plains. Jarek continued his reminiscences for a short time, but then, almost unconsciously, his eyes noticed something. Kep was looking off into the darkness, a curious look on his face. Jarek followed the boy's gaze, picking out a group of dark forms in the twilight. At first his hand went to his sword, assuming the silhouettes belonged to soldiers come to make sport of the bridgemen. Then, however, he realized the postures were much too stooped over to be those of warriors. They were bridgemen. Jarek met Kep's eyes, then looked out into the darkness. The forms stayed a good distance away, listening to the singing. Jarek felt as if he could sense their longing, their jealousy, despite his inability to see their faces. The music fell silent as the men noticed Jarek staring off into the night. They looked from him to the dark forms, questions on their faces. "What should we do?" they asked. "Come closer," Jarek suddenly called out. The forms jumped and looked as if they were going to scurry away. "Leave if you want," Jarek said. "But if you do that, we'll be forced to eat all this soup ourselves." Slowly, uncertainly, the forms approached the firelight, not quite entering the circle. They stood for a moment, and then, as if in concordance, Jarek's men burst out into another joyful song, waving for their associates to join them in the light. Kep began gathering bowls and filling them with the remains of the soup, then handing them to the newcomers. Jarek smiled, nodding in satisfaction to himself. It appeared as if he were going to have to start spending more of his money on supplies. He turned, about to go find the privy, and was confronted by the sight of a rough form in the darkness. "Your time has come, Fick," Gaz's voice growled. "What do you want, Sergeant?" Jarek asked stiffly. "It isn't me," Gaz said. "It's the General. He's heard about your little group and the disruption it's making." A stab of fear pierced Jarek's body. "Is that so?" he asked, keeping his voice steady. "He's going to watch you tomorrow. He's coming on the next run to see for himself." "I assume you're not going to want us to bring your shield, then?" Jarek asked, letting his voice grow sarcastic and folding his arms across his chest. Gaz spat. "Don't try and drag me down with you, Fick. I was never part of this. I only suffered you. I knew the General would come down on you sooner or later." Jarek sighed. Gaz had been more than willing to use the shield when he thought there would be no repercussions. "Thank you for the message, Sergeant," he said dismissively. "I will put it to good use." And he did. Or at least, He put it to use, mostly in the form of worrying the entire night what would come in the days to follow.
"By the lords, what's he doing here?"
Gathban asked under his breath. General Demetrius's chariot, complete with several boxes in the back to improve his height, was joining up with a group of soldiers as they marched across the plains. "He sometimes comes to watch runs," Jarek said offhandedly. It was a hot day without a cloud in the sky. One nice thing about carrying the bridge was that it allowed the men to march in the shade. Unfortunately, its canopy-like nature also seemed to increase the humidity. Jarek shook his head. Winter had come and passed, and it hadn't seemed to make a bit of difference in the temperature of this crazy land.
"I know," Gathban said, "but he always makes me nervous. Simple men like myself don't like dealing with nobility."
"We don't have to deal with him, Rock," Jarek reminded. "We only have to do our job. Who knows? Maybe he'll like the idea of our shields and provide them for all of his bridgemen."
"True," Gathban said dryly, "and maybe the soldiers will stop using bridges and start flying over the chasms."
Gathban fell silent as they marched across the sweltering plateaus, making their way to the one that had chosen to spit out Dragonsteel. The other men had noticed the general as well. Jarek could hear them muttering to one another. Despite Jarek's own attempts at remaining positive about the camp officers, Demetrius was not well liked by Bridge 4. Jarek had conditioned them to be independent and questioning, and the general's poor leadership did not bear well beneath such scrutiny. Demetrius could be heard riding back and forth amongst the various marching groups, barking orders at the men, most of which were completely inane. He told one bridge crew its men were too tall and that they should try to squat down as they marched, and he ordered a group of soldiers to march with their weapons drawn just in case the Shodel attacked them en route, something Jarek had never seen or even heard of happening.
"Geth cursed fool,"
Gathban muttered. "Careful, Rock," Jarek warned under his breath.
"Sorry, sir,"
Gathban replied, containing his annoyance. They arrived at the plateau before the Shodel. As the bridgemen moved to place their bridges, however, Demetrius ordered them to stop and pull back as far away from the plateau as possible. The bridgemen complied with their characteristic lack of enthusiasm, and Jarek's crew gave him looks of confusion. They waited as the Shodel appeared on another plateau, then warily made their way onto the contested plateau. "All right, you may approach now," Demetrius said with a wave of his hand. He wants to see how the shields work, Jarek realized with sickness in his stomach. He will waste the lives of countless bridgemen just to see how well my crew fares.
"It's a test,"
Gathban said with a quiet curse beside him.
"He's going to—"
"Let's just do our best," Jarek said, cutting off the larger man. "All right, Bridge 4," Jarek said as Gaz stepped forward to order the bridgemen forward. "Let's show him what we can do." "Run," Gaz ordered, and 8 bridge crews dashed forward. Jarek ran at the front, Gathban at his side, blocking arrows. No Shodel jumped across to attack them. In fact, few of them even loosed arrows at Jarek's crew. Bridge 4 moved with absolute efficiency, placing their bridge and jumping out of the way before the other bridge crews had even begun to push their bridges forward. A second later, it was all over. "Injuries?" Jarek called to his men. "I've got a rock in my shoe," Vesson called back with a smirk in his voice. "It hurts so much. It must be as big as one of those cursed granite boulders."
"No injuries,"
Gathban answered, counting faces.
"As usual, sir."
"Good," Jarek said, looking back at Demetrius. "Let him think about that." The conflict was a short one. It seemed as if the Shodel were only making a perfunctory effort at getting the Dragonsteel. There were fewer of them than normal, and none of them rode the large battle beasts that had become standard over the last several months. Jarek had his men practice during the fight, as usual, but he could tell their hearts were not in the fighting. They were distracted, and they kept looking back at Demetrius. For his own part, the general appeared to be watching the battle with little interest. He chatted with a couple adjuncts he had brought, standing atop his boxes like a speaker giving an oration. Jarek looked into the man's face and knew that no matter what they did, it wouldn't be enough to impress him. If Demetrius decided he didn't want Jarek's crew carrying shields, he would order them not to. "Good job, men," Jarek said quietly, putting an end to their practicing. "Take some rest. This battle will be over soon." They looked back at him, lowering their weapons. There was determination in their eyes. At that moment, Jarek realized they knew. They realized why Demetrius was there, and they also understood what Jarek understood. Steal our shields, force us not to practice, increase our workload, and we will continue on, their eyes said. We are Bridge 4, and we are stronger than he is. After that moment, Jarek wasn't worried anymore. "Good job, men," he repeated with a nod. When he looked back to Demetrius, something had changed. The general had ordered his chariot to pull up next to the east side of the plateau, and he was looking out across the plains. Jarek followed his gaze. There, on the plateau just next to their own, the well had turned a dark black. It would soon give forth Dragonsteel. He saw Demetrius's mouth open to order them across, but then he stopped. He had seen something else, men approaching in the distance. "That plateau's not in our district," Gathban said from next to him. "It belongs to Cern." Sure enough, a tall warrior in white and gold could be seen riding at the head of the approaching force. Besson, just behind Jarek, snorted quietly. "Look at the general," he said. "He looks like he's eaten a rotten ball of fruit." "He thought to get that Dragonsteel before Cern arrived," Gathban agreed. Jarek looked back at their own battle. The Shodel had completely retreated, leaving the men to stand defensively around the well. As soon as the Dragonsteel came out, they would be heading back to the camp. "There," Besson said, pointing. Jarek followed his gesture. A small group of Shodel were approaching the plateau beside them. It appeared that Cern's troops were going to have an easy time as well. "Will you look at that?" Gathban breathed in surprise. Jarek looked back at Cern's troops, immediately noticing what the Kasht had seen. There, moving along with the men, were several massive wooden constructions. They rolled on huge wheels, and they had a large, flat surface at the front, like a raised palm. There were oxen drawing them. "What are they?" Besson asked with confusion. "Bridges," Jarek realized quietly. Still out of arrow range, the oxen were unhooked from the wooden contraptions. Several groups of men climbed down from the structures and, at Cern's unheard order, began pushing them forward. Several Shodel arrived on the plateau in time to loose arrows, but the bridges were so massive that the men behind them were completely protected. When they reached the chasms, a man on top pulled a crank, and the entire front of the mechanism dropped forward, bridging the chasm. A second piece fell backward, providing a ramp for the oncoming warriors, Cern at their head, to gallop up and over the chasm. "By the lords," Gathban breathed. "Suddenly our shields don't look quite so clever," Besson noted. Jarek waited quietly for a moment. Gaz was calling from behind. Their own Dragonsteel run was over. "Let's go," he ordered. Bridge 4 waited a laboriously long time for the soldiers to finish collecting discarded weapons and march back, then gathered up their bridge. They were just beginning to march away when they heard the yells from behind. Jarek turned, along with most everyone else, worried that they were under attack. It wasn't them, however. Jarek turned just in time to see the last of Cern's large bridge machines topple into the chasm. Hundreds, even thousands of Shodel had appeared as if out of nowhere. It couldn't have been more than 15 minutes since they had first seen Cern gallop onto the plateau, but suddenly he was surrounded on all sides. "Down!" Jarek said, not certain why. The men moved, dropping their bridge. Jarek stepped forward, watching the battle on the next plateau. Shodel were everywhere. There were dozens of the jumping beasts approaching on all sides. Apparently the Shodel had used these to push the bridge machines into the chasm. Cern's men were hopelessly outmatched. "Where are the special soldiers?" Jarek asked quietly. "The ones in tan."
"There,"
Gathban said, pointing to a plateau barely visible in the distance. A second battle could barely be seen in the distance.
"They must have come from a different direction, a flanking force."
But the Shodel engaged them first, Jarek realized. It's a trap. They're trying to get to General Cern.
"And they're going to,"
Gathban said quietly. Cern's men were falling quickly, Shodel pounding them mercilessly. The demons must have withheld most of their troops for this one battle. That was why Demetrius's team had won so easily. Only then did Jarek's mind register the chuckling. It had been going on for some time, but he had been so focused on the battle that he hadn't noticed it. He turned, seeing General Demetrius standing in his chariot a short distance away.
"Oh, what a wonderful surprise this is!" the general proclaimed. "It couldn't have turned out better if I'd planned it myself."
Then, turning to his forces, he bellowed,
"Keep moving, men! We want to be back in time for supper, don't we?"
The bridge crews and soldiers began to walk again, traipsing back toward the home camp. Jarek paused, looking back to his men. They hadn't moved. Most of their eyes were focused on the slaughter happening just a short distance away. Then, one at a time, their faces focused on Jarek. He could see the anger in their eyes.
"Those men need an escape route,"
Jarek said quietly. Bridge 4 nodded.
"Let's move!"
Jarek yelled, grabbing his shield and pulling out his Shodel sword. His men raised the bridge quickly and followed him at a dead run, bellowing calls of Fourth Bridge at the top of their voices. The Shodel noticed their movement, as did Demetrius behind them.
"By the lords!" he heard Demetrius scream. "What are they doing?"
Then, a moment later, he continued,
"You bridgemen, stop! Stop now!"
Jarek didn't look back.
"Archers, stop them!"
Demetrius called. Then, however, he must have realized his own danger.
"No!"
his shrill voice suddenly declared.
"Everyone, back to camp! Hurry up, you fools, before they bring the demons upon us!"
Arrows flew so thick they seemed like a mass of buzzing gnats. Before, Jarek's crew had only been one of 8. Now all of the Shodel attention was focused on them. The shields, however, held. He heard a grunt of pain from beside him and looked briefly to see Went falling with an arrow in his calf. Jarek continued on, blocking arrows as best he could.
"Drop!"
he ordered as soon as they approached the chasm. A flock of Shodel, their bows discarded, jumped into the air, soaring across the 20-foot chasm to land in front of the bridge.
"Team 1, swords out!"
Jarek yelled.
"Team 2, get that bridge across the chasm!"
The men worked quickly, forming into a rank around Jarek, and he gave a quick prayer that months of practice would somehow pay off now that real battle had come.
"Forward!"
Jarek yelled, swiping his sword at the first Shodel. 9 men pushed forward with him, moving in a perfect rank, their short swords looking pitifully inadequate when faced by Shodel with much larger weapons. As the battle began, however, Jarek realized the short swords were as efficient as he had assumed. His men could swing faster and with more control. Jarek's team also had precedent on their side. The Shodel didn't expect bridgemen to fight back. The little squad of bridgemen pressed forward, striking as Jarek had taught them. The first Shodel fell easily beneath Jarek's strike, and the other 3 wore faces of confusion, hastily raising their blades as they realized they were actually going to have to fight. One lost his footing, toppling off the ledge and into the chasm. While the other 2 watched him plummet, Jarek's team attacked them.
"Done!"
Gathban called from behind, just as Jarek heard the bridge thump into place. He looked across at the platform. A dozen Shodel were approaching quickly, their intentions obvious.
"Team 1, across the bridge! Hold that ground until Cern arrives! Team 2, hold the other side! The Shodel will try and push the bridge into the chasm!"
And then it was true war. His team fanned out on the ground before the bridge, the chasm at their back, Jarek on the far left. Blades flashed on every side, beating at Jarek's inexperienced men. He watched Kurt fall before his eyes, a Shodel blade taking him in the neck. The Milleran bridgeman fell with a gurgle. Jarek's men, however, did not break. They stayed firm, filling in Kurt's place and fighting with determination. Jarek scanned the battle, searching for the man they sought to help. Cern's massive warhorse had fallen, and he fought on the ground with his men a short distance away. They were moving toward the bridge, but their movement was painfully slow. Cern's eyes met his own. Hold a little longer, they pled. "Fourth bridge!" Jarek yelled, renewing his attack. His weapon was white with Shodel blood and splattered with not a few flecks of red, signs of his own wounds or those of his men. "Fourth bridge!" the men yelled around him. Then the bridge shuddered. Jarek spun around, stepping back to let another man hold his place. Team 2 was getting overwhelmed. 3 of its 9 members had fallen, and the others had retreated onto the bridge itself. One of the large jumping beasts was snapping at them, a Shodel with a long spear atop its back. Gathban had found a Shodel longblade somewhere and was laying about himself in large sweeping blows, taking down 2 warriors as Jarek watched. However, just then another Shodel approached from behind. Jarek called out to Gathban in horror, his voice sharp, but he was too late. The Shodel's sword rose, then fell, dropping from its dead fingers. Kep, short and almost unnoticed at Gathban's side, pulled his short sword out of the Shodel's stomach. He noticed Jarek and smiled, then turned back to the fighting. The jumping beast was still a problem. It snapped at Team 2, driving them farther back onto the bridge. Any more, and it would easily be able to push the bridge into the chasm. "Hold the front, Denty!" Jarek ordered, preparing himself to run and help. Just then, an enormous, bulbous monstrosity appeared over the bridge. It was round, with arms hanging from dozens of pore-like holes in its body. It roared with an incredible sound, and Jarek could feel the bridgemen cringe around him. "It's not real," Jarek said. "It's an illusion! Focus on your fighting!" With that, Jarek jumped, leaving behind the plateau. He closed his eyes and screamed as he passed through the horrific illusion to land on the bridge itself. He jumped again, crossing diagonally to land beside the warbeast on the rear plateau. The Shodel on the monster's back swung at him with his spear, but Jarek ducked and felt it whoosh overhead. Jarek struck at the side of the beast, distracting it from his men on the bridge, then immediately regretted doing so. The monster turned, smashing its thick-plated head into Jarek's chest, knocking him backward. His sword flew from his fingers, skidding across the plateau to click against a large white boulder. The monster reared up, 2 legs in the air, 4 on the ground. There were broad-fingered claws, not hooves, at the end of its feet. The Shodel raised his spear and plunged it toward Jarek as the beast dropped back to 6 legs. Jarek shifted visions, replacing the world with one made of axii. "This had better work," he thought as the spear plunged toward his chest. He commanded the spear to split, as he once had the arrow months ago. Nothing happened. "Go!" Jarek ordered, without result. "Split!" his mind wailed ineffectually. Then, just before the spear hit him, he felt something else. It was like a force that surrounded him, similar to the force that held all of the axii together into objects. He couldn't see it, not even microkinetically, but he could feel that it wanted to leave him. It wanted to escape into the ground. A lesser force was also pulling it toward the Shodel warrior, or rather, Jarek realized, the Shodel's armor. "Go there," Jarek thought, indicating the armor. Not knowing quite how he did so, Jarek released the force. There was an explosive clap and a flash of light so bright Jarek screamed in pain. Then there was a thump beside him. He shook his head, trying to clear the bright streak from his eyes. From the edges of his vision, Jarek could make out the form of the Shodel warrior, dead on the ground. Its breastplate was charred and black, and the smell of burnt flesh was heavy in the air. Jarek didn't give himself much time to glory in his continued existence. The Shodel's warbeast, frightened by the sound, had dashed away in a random direction. In fact, all of the beasts on the field were jumping about wildly, their riders losing control. In this confusion, Cern finally broke through. "Fall back!" Jarek yelled, barely able to hear his own voice from the ringing in his ears. His men must have been little better, but they moved quickly, anticipating his orders. They retreated across the bridge as General Cern and a ragged group of about 50 soldiers finally crossed the bridge. "Pull the bridge back and up!" Jarek ordered, realizing that the battle was far from finished. The Shodel were regrouping, ready to chase them across the second plateau. The bridge went up on men's shoulders, then wobbled for a moment. There were only 12 men left to carry it. It stabilized, however. "Move!" Jarek ordered, grabbing his sword and one of the arrow shields. The men pulled back and Jarek followed, pausing only briefly to scoop up Went, who still had the arrow sticking out of his calf, and throw the man over his shoulder. Jarek turned hesitant eyes back on the bodies of his men that had fallen in the assault, then shook his head, knowing he had to leave them. None were moving. They might all be dead. They might be alive. "We'll be back," Jarek thought. "Move!" he yelled again, backing up as the bridge crew dashed toward the other side of the plateau. Jarek blocked what arrows he could, as did Cern's men. The warriors, however, were tired, and only a couple of them had bows to return fire. Shodel began to pour across the chasm, jumping in groups of a dozen or more. Then they stopped. Jarek paused near the back of the plateau, listening as the men dropped the bridge and pushed it into place. The Shodel could slaughter them, he knew. There were more of the demons than he had assumed. They covered the plateau behind. But for some reason they stood quietly, waiting for something. The wall of white faces parted, and a figure in dark gray armor stepped from the midst of them. The Lord of the War. It stooped, looking down at the warrior Jarek had felled, rubbing at the blackened breastplate with a gauntleted hand. Then it rose, its wicked helmed head locking on Jarek's face. Jarek felt one emotion from the creature, as obvious as if it had been told to him. The Lord of the War was confused. Then the creature raised its hand and pointed at Jarek, signaling for his warriors to attack. The Shodel rushed forward, jumping across the chasm to run toward the frail human force. "Lords," Denty whispered beside Jarek, his voice horrified. "We'll be—" A massive shadow fell over the plateau. Shodel and human alike froze, their eyes looking up toward the sky. Jarek's breath caught on his chest as an enormous form dove toward them. At the last moment it unfurled its great wings, blocking out the sun. It thumped to the plateau between the humans and the Shodel. Jarek regarded the creature in awe. He had heard stories and tales, read histories and legends, studied essays and superstitions, but no words of men could possibly have described the marvelous creature that stood before him. It had broad bat-like wings and a serpentine neck. 4 massive legs grew from its body, and it sat lithely, almost like a cat, as it regarded the humans. Most magnificent, however, were its colors. It was a pure, deep black, and its skin was crossed with silver lines. The metallic sheen outlined the creature's body, running along the edges of the wings and across its chest. The lines of silver ran up the sides of the dragon's neck, outlining its jaw and its reptilian head, then melded in the middle of its forehead, forming into a knife-like silver horn that jutted at an angle back from its skull. And, standing close to the creature like he was, he could feel something from the silvery metal. Power. "Dragonsteel," Jarek whispered. That was how the metal had gotten its name. It wasn't because the wells were so close to Fanelands. It was because dragons grew it on their bodies. Drafrast, god of the Shodel, continued to watch the humans for a long moment. Then it turned its unreadable eyes back on the Shodel, who, en masse, lay prostrate on the ground before it. Jarek heard a faint buzzing in the back of his mind, like someone yelling a great distance away.
"Enough, Ethan,"
a powerful and aged voice said in Jarek's mind.
"They have earned their escape."
The Lord of the War regarded Jarek for a moment. Then he spun, marching back through the prostrate Shodel. The dragon turned its eyes on Jarek, eyes that Jarek thought he should recognize for some reason. Then Drafrast launched himself into the air again, leaving stunned humans and penitent Shodel behind him. A few moments later, the Fane creatures rose and turned their backs on the humans, retreating toward their own land.
"Never in my career have I seen such bravery," Kite Cern declared, looking over Jarek's tattered group. They still stood on the battlefield, their men searching for survivors on the now deserted plateaus. They moved quietly, speaking in hushed tones about the creature they had just seen. Cern, however, wasn't concerned with dragons. He was focused on the men who had saved his life. "And you are bridgemen,"
Cern continued. He spoke with a sharp accent that Jarek assumed was Tsendish, separating every syllable as if it were its own word. "Yes, sir," Jarek said. His men stood a little taller at the response.
"Bridgemen from Demetrius's army?"
"Yes, sir," Jarek replied again, this time with less vigor.
"There are not 100 men in this war who could have stood as firmly as your group did, soldier,"
Cern said, his voice impressed.
"Nor, I am sorry to say, are there many who would risk their lives in such a manner."
"It was our duty, sir," Jarek said. "You would have done the same for us." Cern smiled slightly, catching Jarek's eye. Until that moment, Jarek had been certain the man didn't recognize him. Gathben arrived just then, and Jarek turned to him. The Kasht shook his head. None of their fallen men were alive. Jarek sighed. It had been a slim hope anyway.
"I seem to be in need of a bridge crew to return me to my camp,"
Cern said speculatively, his sharp, squarish face contemplative. "Yes, sir," Jarek said uncertainly.
"Once you get me there,"
Cern speculated,
"it would hardly seem efficient to send you all the way back to Demetrius's camp. It would probably be best if you stayed in my army."
A sudden conflict warred in Jarek's stomach. Demetrius was a fool, true, but he was, after all, Jarek's general.
"I am a general too, soldier,"
Cern said carefully, noticing Jarek's indecision.
"In fact, I have one more Dragonsteel than Demetrius, which means I technically outrank him. If I want you in my camp, there is nothing he can do to make you come back to his."
Jarek smiled slightly. "I understand, sir. I have men back in General Demetrius's camp. I would not leave them behind." Cern frowned in confusion.
"Why were men left behind? Are they sick?"
"No, sir," Jarek said. "It is their day off."
"I wasn't aware Demetrius gave his men days off,"
Cern commented. "He doesn't." The Tsend smiled slightly, nodding.
"They shall be sent for."
"Then, my lord," Jarek said with a nod, "it would be the honor of the Fourth Bridge to serve you."
"You will not be bridgemen in my army, soldier,"
Cern said.
"I think you've all earned a promotion."
Jarek smiled, looking back at his men. The 13 survivors regarded one another with uncertain looks.
"Speak,"
Cern ordered.
"Well, sir,"
Denty said.
"bridgin' is what we know, and we're proud of the job we do. I'm not certain we want to change."
Cern nodded slowly.
"All right, then. Bridgemen you shall be. I trust none of you will object if I pay you as soldiers, however."
The men nodded to one another. No, there was not a problem there. Jarek smiled with pride, looking over his bridgemen. Then, however, a hand fell on his shoulder.
"You, however, will not remain a bridgeman,"
Cern said, with a subdued voice.
"Sir?"
Jarek asked.
"I've seen a lot of bridgemen in my time, son,"
Cern said,
"and I know what kind of soldiers Demetrius breeds. A crew is only as good as its leader, and this is a fine crew indeed. I have plans for you."
Jarek opened his mouth to respond. However, at that moment, a group of tan-suited warriors appeared, dashing across the plateau. They saluted Cern as they arrived, out of breath. "My lord, the foremost of them began.
"I understand, Sharn,"
Kite Cern said, raising his hand.
"Let's just get back to camp."
Chapter 36. Caithus hated recruiting. He often dreamt of what it would be like to be one of the elder Whore-Watchers, the Drath. They had been in the Acrobula so long that they no longer had to recruit to win prestige. They just let the younger Whore-Watchers beneath them do all the work. And, of course, since they gained prestige any time a Horwatcher they had recruited found a recruit of his own, the Drath continued to grow more powerful despite their lack of effort. It was an enviable life, one that was, unfortunately, far distant for Caithus. He had been in the Acrobula for over 20 years now, but he still had a long time to go before achieving Drath status. Assuming he recruited hard, he could probably make it in another decade. It all depended on how many people he could get to join the Horwatchers and how powerful they were. That was why he forced himself to go on these recruiting trips so far away from civilization. He didn't like northern Yolen. He never had. He had been born and raised in Dysoria, then moved to the Acrobula in Lalum just after his 14th birth date. He liked his weather warm and predictable. Jarg, at least, had half of that equation right. It was predictable. Caithus had never visited the Lord's forsaken country when it hadn't been cold, wet, and miserable. Unfortunately, northern Yolen was more ripe for recruiting than the south. Lalum and Falamore were saturated with Horwatchers, each one drooling for an opportunity to find some talented newcomer. The north, however, was different. Few of the senior Horwatchers, Revens like Caithus, were willing to endure the long trips and cold weather required to visit the north. Here, recruiting was more profitable, if less comfortable. Recent advances by the Trexandian scholars, whose tutors and scribes were taking the court positions once reserved for Horwatchers, had alarmed the Drath, and they had put more of an emphasis on recruiting. Every nobleman's son who came to study with the Horwatchers was one fewer potential scholar and one more aristocratic house with ties to the Acrobula. Even the Jargish nobility were valuable. Though the poorest of noblemen, the Jargs were historical allies of the Acrobula. Their superstitious natures made them more inclined to align themselves with the Horwatchers as opposed to the Trexandians. Even now, a likely candidate sat before them, listening to Caithus's partner, Endelo, explain about the path of the Hor. The room they had chosen for the testing was squat and drab, but the building was more sturdy than most in Jarg. Caithus could hear the winds blowing outside, rocking loose boards and threatening to knock down the entire town. Such had happened not infrequently in Jarg. Endelo and the candidate, a Jargish nobleman's son, sat on the floor on either side of a thin table. The room's only other furniture was a short desk on which a single lamp burned, its light barely reaching to the edges of the room. Such limited illumination was intentional. It gave the room a proper Horwatcher's atmosphere. Endelo continued the test, moving through actions that were long familiar to Caithus. Endelo performed them with precision. He was one of the first men Caithus had recruited some 10 years back. The younger Horwatcher had just barely achieved senior status, allowing him to recruit, and Caithus had agreed to bring him along on the trip. The partnership would mean sharing the prestige a little bit, but intelligent companionship was scarce north of Falamore, so the price was worth it. Besides, Caithus wouldn't lose that much. Since Endelo was one of his recruits, Caithus received prestige any time the young man made a catch. Therefore, anyone they recruited on the trip would benefit Caithus doubly. "All right," Endelo was saying, "now for the final test. I want you to hold this bone in your hand and tell me what you feel." The potential recruit, a stocky boy with eyes thin enough that he might have had some Kichan blood somewhere in his parentage, accepted the bone. It was a precious item, the most powerful Tamukek Caithus owned. All of the other tests, waving a rod of amber over the recruit's head, telling fortunes with a stack of coins, and feeling for bumps on the back of his hand, were secondary to this one all-important decider. Could he feel the Tamukek's power? "The boy said slowly, rubbing his finger along the bone's smooth surface. "I sense power. Yes, it feels strong, like the roaring of a river." The two Horwatchers shared a look. The boy was lying. The power of a Tamukek was warm and calm, like a soft humming, not intense. If the boy had really felt the power, he would have described a quiet throbbing or pulsing, like waves on a calm day or a slowly beating heart.
"That will be all,"
Cathus declared, waving for the boy to back away from the testing desk.
"When we leave?"
the boy demanded as he stood. He spoke Fallon with only passing ability, but Cathus refused to hold the tests in any other language, even though he spoke Melaran.
"Do not be so quick to presume, nobling,"
Cathus declared, turning hard eyes on the boy. This one would have to be humbled if he were going to be of any use.
"We must consult before we decide if you are worthy or not. Wait outside with the others. We will call you."
The boy's mouth dropped open to complain, but he fell silent before Cathus's glare. Few men, noble or peasant, could long maintain their composure when confronted by a practiced whore-watcher. The Acrobola taught one how to use posture, clothing, and expression to achieve the desired ominous effect. As usual, it worked, and the boy simply nodded as he backed out of the room. Endelo sighed, brushing a hand through his shoulder-length blonde hair.
"Our choices are limited this time, Cathus," he said, standing.
Cathus nodded slowly. It sounded odd to hear Endelo calling him by name. They were, however, of the same rank now, and such was proper.
"That last one at least lies well," the younger whore-watcher noted as he poured them both a mug of warmed spice wine.
"Yes, but he obviously has little talent,"
Cathus replied with a disappointed tone.
"He is better than nothing."
Cathus shrugged in agreement. Most recruiting trips to the north or the south ended in such a manner. They would find 2 or 3 teens of noble blood who were willing to join the Whore-Watchers, but none of them would have any true power. They would be taken to the Acrobola anyway, and Cathus would earn marginal prestige for their recruitment, but they would never be allowed to achieve senior status. They would therefore never go recruiting on their own, denying Cathus the 2nd and 3rd generations of new recruits that were necessary for advancement in the Acrobola.
"We'll let them wait for an hour or so," Cathus decided. "Then we'll take the ones who seemed most willing. The first 2, and that last one."
Endelo nodded his agreement. The 3 boys would never become full Whore-Watchers, but they would go through the training before returning to their families in Jarg. They would maintain their status as Whore-Watcher initiates for the rest of their lives, and when it came time to hire tutors for their children, they would choose Whore-Watcher over Trexandian. That was, in the end, the real reason behind recruitment. Still, Cathus couldn't help dreaming about finding the one perfect recruit, the boy whose ability would lead Cathus to the coveted title of Drath.
"My lords,"
a voice asked from the doorway.
"I told you we had to deliberate first,"
Cathus said angrily, turning. The voice didn't belong to the boy from before, however. The one who had spoken didn't even look noble. He wore the thick one-piece brown leather outfit of a Jargish mineman, and his face was covered with dust. His hair was of a dirty brown color, and his features were of an indeterminable age. At first, Cathus thought he might be an older man, but his face was devoid of wrinkles.
"What is it?"
Cathus asked intolerantly.
The
man stuttered, holding a flat mineman's cap in his gloved hands.
"Well?"
Cathus demanded.
"Ian was just getting to see to Whore-Watchers theirs," the man confessed.
Cathus raised his eyes to the heavens in exasperation. He had come to recruit, not bless fields or tell fortunes.
"You've seen us. Now go."
The man, or boy, shrank back before the words.
"I'm sorry theirs,"
he apologized, moving to leave.
"It's just that my father, he'n always says Whore-Watching's a long best lie. I'n think it isn't right to be speaking so, and I'n tells him, but he'n just keep long speaking about it, so I'n come to see."
Cathus frowned. He could barely understand the Jargish accent. Endelo, however, was more versed, at least so it appeared, for he called to the man as he moved to leave.
"Wait, boy,"
Endelo ordered. The unnamed Jargish peasant paused.
"Yes, my lord?"
he asked. Endelo held out the Tamu Kek, flipping it between the fingers of one hand in a complex pattern. Caithus never used the flipping patterns. His fingers weren't dexterous enough, and he usually dropped the Tamu Kek before completing even a single rotation. "Tell your father you saw this," Endelo said in a dramatic voice. He produced a candle from one of his deep, wide-collared sleeves and set it on the table in a fluid motion. Of all Caithus's recruits, Endelo was the most successful. He had the heart of a true showman, an invaluable talent to a Hor-Watcher. Endelo stopped flipping the Tamu Kek, instead catching it firmly in his fist. Then he began to wave it over the candle, chanting and mumbling. He used one of the standard mantras, but the personality he lent it gave it an entirely new feeling. He almost seemed to moan as he spoke. Caithus nodded appreciatively. Endelo wasn't the strongest Hor-Watcher in the Acrobula, but his sheer ability to perform would help him go far. On the 6th pass, the candle smoked and burst into flame. Lighting a candle in 6 passes was very good. The most powerful Hor-Watcher Caithus knew could only do it in 3, and Caithus himself had done it in 4 only once in his life. Perhaps he had underestimated Endelo's power. Of course, maintaining the proper form was equally important to power. Occasionally, a determined initiate with seemingly little power would train himself in the patterns so well that he actually managed to light a candle in under 20 passes, the requirement for becoming a senior Hor-Watcher. The candle only stayed lit for a few seconds before a gust of wind from the still-open door extinguished it, but the sight was enough to impress the mineman. He fell to his knees before the table in a show of superstitious reverence, as if worshipping the 2 Hor-Watchers. Caithus smiled. There were some things he liked about the northern kingdoms. "Well done," he complimented in Fallon. Endelo smiled. "I figured that if we can't find any good recruits, we might as well instill a proper sense of reverence within the locals. Maybe they'll be impressed enough that next time more people will come to the testing." "Good idea," Caithus agreed. Then, taking his eyes off his partner, he noticed something. "Endelo, stop him!" he snapped. But it was too late. The peasant had risen from his posture of subservience, and with a trembling hand had reached out to touch the Tamu Kek, which Endelo had foolishly set on the table when he was finished. He should have known better. The peasant picked it up, holding the long thin piece of bone up in front of his face, gazing at it with wondering eyes. "Put that down!" Caithus snapped in Melaran, moving to take the bone away. The boy, realizing what he had done, quickly reached out to put the Tamu Kek back where he had found it. As he did so, the bone passed over the candle. The wick burst into flame. Caithus froze, his eyes wide. Endelo's expression was similar, his hand a bare inch away from the now burning candle. Horrified, the peasant scrambled to his feet and dashed toward the door. "Wait!" Caithus yelled, finally finding his voice. The boy froze. "Come back here," Caithus ordered, pointing at the spot on the ground before the table. As the boy slunk forward, Caithus and Endelo shared a look. What they thought had happened couldn't have happened. No one could light a candle in 1 pass, especially not an untrained peasant from the most uncivilized knee-pit of a country on the continent. "Do that again," Caithus ordered. "Doing what?" the boy asked. "Light the candle," Caithus hissed. The boy paused and then, with a hesitant hand, picked up the Tamu Kek. It had to be a fluke, Caithus told himself. It had to be... The candle lit again. 1 pass. Caithus looked at his partner. Endelo's face was so amazed it looked as if he might pass out at any moment. Caithus himself wasn't doing much better. "Wait outside," he mumbled to the peasant boy. "Do not speak to anyone, and do not go anywhere. If you do either, the lords will strike you dead." The boy's face grew pale, but he responded, rushing from the room to stand in the cold evening winds. That's impossible," Endelo breathed. "Even Shyvax never lit a candle in a single pass. It's my path to Drathhood," Caithus realized, his eyes widening. If he brought in a new recruit that powerful, he might even be able to obtain the final Horwatcher rank within the year. He would be one of the youngest Draths ever. "What do we do?" Endelo asked, his calm breaking before such an unexpected event.
"We take him with us," Cathus said, forcing his hands to stop shaking. "A Drath."
"But he's a peasant," Endelo objected, his eyes horrified.
"No one need know that but you and me, Endelo,"
Cathus snapped.
"We will fashion him a Horwatcher's caste mark before we return and teach him to speak enough Falan to mask his peasant's dialect."
"But
think of the opportunity we have, Endelo,"
Cathus said, leaning down to look in the younger Horwatcher's eyes. Endelo might have the edge in showmanship, but Cathus's talent was persuasion. He knew people and could see through their guises and tricks while at the same time cleverly fabricating misdirections of his own. He could get this peasant into the Acrobula, and he would win the greatest award of prestige ever. He just couldn't let Endelo ruin it.
"He lit the candle in one pass, Endelo," Cathus continued. "Think of the prestige we'll win. Think of the power he will bring the Horwatchers. This is exactly the tool we need to finally overthrow those cursed scholars. A Horwatcher greater than any who has ever lived."
The persuasion, especially the mention of prestige, was a tempting one, and Endelo's eyes began to lose their fear. He brushed a hand through his hair nervously as he contemplated the falsehood. "They'll all assume him to be uncivilized," the younger man rationalized to himself. "He is, after all, from Jarg. Besides, you're right. His power won't do anyone any good digging in mines." Cathus nodded.
"And we will be initiated into the Circle Drath before the year is out."
Cathus waved the boy back into the room. He had given Endelo 10 minutes to compose himself and to discuss their plan. With the younger Horwatcher convinced, there was only one random factor in the scheme, the boy himself.
"What is your name, boy?"
Cathus asked as the peasant seated himself. "Jarek, sir," the boy said. Cathus nodded. It was a common Melaran name.
"Well, Jarek, we have made a decision based on what we saw earlier. Not everyone can do what you did."
"Lightened a candle?" the boy asked. Cathus nodded.
"Of course, you didn't do it as skillfully as a Horwatcher, but you showed potential. That is why you are coming with us to the Acrobula, home of the Horwatchers."
The peasant blinked in surprise. "Will I be back in time to go mining tomorrow?" he asked.
"You will never come back,"
Cathus said, leaning down to place his hands on the table. The boy's eyes grew wide, his thin, hawkish features afraid. "But I can't be leaving," he protested. "I having a master there's."
"The Lords are your master," Cathus said firmly. "They want you to come with us. You do want to follow the Lord's will, don't you, Jarek?"
I think so," the boy admitted, cowering before Cathus.
"Good. Then we leave immediately."
"Will you be telling my master?"
"We will deal with everything, Jarek,"
Cathus said smoothly, laying a hand on the frightened boy's shoulder. It was important that the peasant learn to respect him above all others. If the most powerful Horwatcher in the Acrobula paid deference to Cathus, the others would have no choice but to do the same.
"Don't worry. You are a very special boy. The Lords have chosen you for a singular work. You are going to be a Horwatcher like us."
"Like you?" the boy asked with wonder.
"Yes, but only if you do exactly what I say,"
Cathus warned. The boy nodded eagerly. Cathus smiled, hardly able to contain his excitement. Opportunities like this only happened once in a generation. The Horwatcher turned to regard his companion, the excitement in their eyes barely contained. They could hardly believe their fortune. The Lords had smiled on them this day. Trust a Horwatcher to know how to prosper from any and every circumstance. As the two men congratulated themselves, however, Neither one noticed the tiny smile forming on the edges of their new recruit's mouth. Neither did they pause to ask him why he still wore the large workman's glove on his left hand, a glove thick and bulky enough to hide the large ring that sat securely on the peasant's middle finger. Chapter 37. As soon as Jarek stepped into Kite Cern's camp, he realized all his assumptions about armies in the Eternal War had been wrong. He had based them on the single faulty example of Demetrius's camp. Walking through the Tsend camp's structured ranks, Jarek was able to see what a true army was supposed to look like. The buildings were all sturdy, permanent structures, as opposed to shacks and tents, with a wooden palisade around the perimeter to serve as both a means of defense and a reminder of place. The guards who stood at the gate's doors wore uniforms that were without wrinkle or stain. There even appeared to be a temple to the lords near the center of the camp. A messenger had been sent ahead to warn of Cern's arrival, and a group of healers rushed out to collect the wounded as soon as the camp came into view. The unwounded soldiers saluted one last time to Cern as they entered the camp. Then their officers dismissed them, and they went their different ways. Jarek's bridgeman, uncertain what else to do, simply followed Cern's white and gold form as he walked through the gate. As they passed into the camp, the sense that this army was a place of order impressed itself upon Jarek. The buildings stood in neat rows, men practiced in formal ranks and sparred in neatly roped-off squares. It was also a place of camaraderie. Men were seen talking in groups, not wandering packs, like in Demetrius's army, but friendly gatherings. Most importantly, Jarek realized that for most of the men he saw who were not in uniform, he couldn't tell if they were bridgemen, footmen, or officers. They paused after walking just a brief distance, waiting as Cern met with a group of rushed, worried attendants. "It's paradise," Kep whispered beside him, scanning the camp. Gathban chuckled.
"Perhaps not paradise, but definitely an improvement."
As Jarek's men were taking in their new surroundings, Kite Cern turned from his adjuncts and waved them over.
"Men of the Fourth Bridge," he said, "I welcome you to my camp. I am going to assign you to the North Division, but for now, consider yourselves on leave. After today's ordeal, not to mention the time you spent with Demetrius, you've earned it."
The men regarded Cern with confusion for a moment.
"Leave?"
Gathban finally said. Cern smiled slightly.
"Yes, leave. You're on vacation. You'll still get paid, but for the next 2 weeks you won't be required to go on any runs. Farley here will lead you to your quarters."
A soldier to the side nodded, waving for the crew to follow. They stood for a moment, stunned at the idea of an extended break. Before leaving, they paused, turning collective eyes on Jarek. "Go ahead, men," Jarek said, a quiet knot of sorrow twisting in his chest. He knew that would be the last order he ever gave to Fourth Bridge. "You will be well cared for here." Denty cleared his throat.
"It was a pleasure, sir."
Jarek nodded, uncertain how to respond.
"It's all right, sir. You don't belong in a bridge crew,"
Gathban said in a subdued voice. "A man belongs where he finds friends, Rock," Jarek said, resting his arm on the enormous man's shoulder. "I would rather be a bridgeman with the lot of you than a noble in any king's palace. Take good care of them, Rock." Fourth Bridge stepped back and saluted in one silent motion. Their actions weren't as fluid or as sharp as those of the soldiers from Cern's camp. However, there was no less respect in their eyes. Jarek watched them go, following with his eyes until they disappeared.
"I fear you've made me a liar, young Jarek,"
Cern said beside him.
"My lord?"
"I once claimed that no good thing could ever come from Demetrius's training."
"It almost didn't, sir," Jarek responded quietly. "The battle we fought today was little more than sparring when compared to what we had to go through to make Bridge 4 what it is."
Cern nodded, understanding, as he turned to his waiting adjuncts.
The East Division is to go on immediate leave for the next 2 weeks. After that, begin to rebuild it with new recruits and transfers. Don't send it on any difficult runs for at least 3 weeks."
"Yes, my lord," a tall man in a white and gold uniform answered. "Leave," Jarek said again, shaking his head. In Demetrius's camp there had been no such thing, at least not for bridgemen.
"Yes,"
Cern said, beginning to walk again as his adjuncts dispersed.
"You aren't the only one to notice a little free time improves morale, young Jarek."
"Sir?" a voice said. A man shorter than any Jarek had ever seen before was scurrying down the camp's main path. He looked like a child, but he had the face of an adult. His legs were short and stumpy, and he wore a simple white outfit. The tiny man puffed as he approached, moving quickly. "Sir, the bridges." He spoke with an accent that was sharp and irregular, almost unintelligible. Compared to this man, Cern spoke Fallon almost as if he had lived in Yolen all his life. Cern shook his head.
"We lost all 4, son," he replied.
"By the lords," the little man wailed in despair. "It is a miracle."
"You mean disaster, son,"
Cern corrected.
"Yes, a disaster," the little man cried. "What will we do?"
"I'm certain you can make us some more, son,"
Cern reminded.
"Not unless we get more wood,"
the little man said, walking in circles, anxiety coating his face.
"What with the disturbance up north, our supplies are plentiful."
"The supplies are depleted, not plentiful, son,"
Cern corrected, informing him of the proper Fallon word.
"Yes, that too,"
the little man groaned.
"I don't suppose you've had word from Delanios?"
"No, sir. Not in months."
Cern cursed quietly.
"Where is that man? He always disappears when we need him most." "Well, just get to work on some new plans, son,"
Cern requested.
"We need a mechanism to lock the wheels. Otherwise, the Shodel will just push them into the chasm every time."
"Yes, sir. A locking mechanism, of course. That would be completely frivolous. I shall get to work on it immediately."
With that, the tiny man hurried away. Cern just shook his head, waving for Jarek to follow him. Jarek nodded, walking down the path beside the general. Eventually, they arrived at a rectangular one-story building. Inside was a table with a large map of the shattered plains on its top, a smaller table with colored stones on it, and several chairs, not stools, but actual chairs. Cern took one of these and gestured for Jarek to take another.
"Now, young Jarek,"
Cern said contemplatively,
"you are going to answer some questions for me. First of all, I want to know why the son of a nobleman is pretending to be a common bridgeman."
Jarek looked up with surprise, objection in his voice. "My lord, I—" Cern held up a hand, cutting Jarek off with a gesture and a commanding look.
"Understand," Cern warned, not dangerously, just firmly. "One thing I expect from all who serve under me is the truth. No amount of bravery or ability to lead will help you in this camp if I cannot trust you."
"I understand, sir," Jarek said frankly, "but I am not a noble."
"A bastard son, then?" Cern asked. "Raised by a guilty father, then expelled when you became an embarrassment?"
"No, sir," Jarek said, pulling out his caste mark. "I am a lumberman, though I was trained in the palace of King Rhodus of Melorant."
"I find that difficult to believe, young Jarek, caste mark or no," Cern said, his voice contemplative. "My homeland may be Tsendor, but I know enough about Yolish politics to be aware of caste segregation."
"What this youth says is true, my lord,"
a new, familiar voice said from the area of the doorway. Jarek's head snapped around.
"Frost!"
he exclaimed enthusiastically. The old scholar bowed slightly.
"Young master,"
Frost simply returned.
"This is the one you've been following, Frost?"
Cern asked with a musing smile.
"Interesting."
"No doubt, my lord,"
Frost said, entering the short-ceilinged room.
"I am very curious to know where you found him."
"Actually, He found me, Cern replied, but that is a story for another time. A lumberman raised in the king's palace. You must be a special young man.
Jarek shrugged. That is where life took me, my lord. Cern didn't answer immediately, instead sitting with a contemplative look on his face.
All right then, Jarek, he finally said. Now that is resolved, perhaps you can answer a more perplexing question for me. How, in the middle of a cloudless day, did a bolt of lightning strike down that Shandar rider just before it killed you?
Jarek felt himself grow cold. I don't know, my lord, he answered truthfully.
I listened to your men as we marched back to the camp, Cern continued. They say the White One himself attends and protects you.
The priests say he watches over all of us, Jarek responded.
Isn't it curious, then, Cern continued, that lightning is not the tool of Orion, but of his brother, Keth the Black?
Cern's eyes caught Jarek's and held them for a long moment as if searching for something. Finally, the tall Tsend turned away.
Regardless, one thing is obvious. You are no average lumberman. I saw you jump through the center of that Shodel illusion.
Sir? Jarek asked, perplexed. It was only an illusion. It wasn't really there.
Ah, Cern replied, but even knowing that, most men cannot force themselves to do such a thing.
It has to do with the nature of Shodel illusions, young master,
Frost explained, noting Jarek's continued confusion.
The Shodel do not send images themselves. They just project an imprint into your head, a general set of instructions. Your own mind translates those instructions, creating the things you see. Each person who sees a Shodel illusion is really creating the image in their own mind, assembling it from the things they have seen before. That's why the illusions seem so real. A person can know logically that he is seeing an illusion, but since his own mind is creating it, filling in every necessary detail, it can still feel completely tangible to him.
Men often die from Shodel illusions, Cern added. Most soldiers, jumping as you did, would have convinced themselves that instead of passing through the illusion, they had run into it. They would have fallen to the ground as if knocked unconscious.
I don't know how to respond, sir, Jarek confessed. I knew it was an illusion and that I couldn't let it distract me.
A good enough answer, Cern decided. All right, Jarek, one final question. I always let men choose how they will serve. You may return to your bridgemen as their leader, and no one will think less of you if you do. You may be trained as an officer, and perhaps someday command a division, or even camp of your own. Or you may try something else.
Something else, sir? Jarek asked carefully. Cern nodded toward the door, and Jarek turned, looking through the open portal. Just beyond, in one of the roped practice squares, two men were fighting. They wore no uniforms, though one was wearing a green vest and the other a blue one. Instead of practice swords, they were holding real weapons. A small crowd of men had gathered around the sparring area, watching quietly. The match was almost a surreal experience. He couldn't be certain, not quite, but it seemed as if their motions were a little too quick, a little too fluid to be a real battle. It wasn't the blunt, forceful fighting of battlefield soldiers or even the sparring of a fencing match. It was like a thing rehearsed, with each motion placed in precision. As Jarek watched, the blue warrior spun, leaping into the air and placing his foot against one of the guard ropes. Though the rope should never have been able to hold such weight, the man pushed off of it into a flip, twirling in the air over his opponent. The green-vested man, however, had begun spinning himself, sticking out his foot as he rotated in an attempt to trip the man who had yet to land. Blue dropped to the ground, then immediately hopped, barely clearing Green's attack while at the same time bringing his own sword down.
Metal rang against metal as Green, still spinning from his attempted trip, thrust his sword back, blocking his opponent's weapon without even looking to know where it was. Still spinning, his foot having yet to complete its trip rotation, Green thrust his second foot into the air and caught Blue on the side of the head, pulling him to the ground. Green was on his feet first, his sword plunging at Blue, who was still on his back. Blue paused, watching the sword plunge at his heart. He seemed as if he were going to do nothing. Then the world stopped. Jarek felt drawn into the battle as if everything about him, the building, the watching soldiers, the sky, and the earth, were focused on this one event. The green-vested warrior hung in the air, his blade just inches from Blue's chest. Blue lay on the ground, his arm pulled back as if in a punch. Nothing moved. Nothing could move. Then Blue's hand suddenly snapped forward with an audible crack, smashing into his opponent's blade at an incredible speed. The second warrior's steel blade shattered in two. Blue was on his feet a second later, swinging his sword at the now disarmed Green. For a moment it appeared as if he would behead his opponent. The weapon, however, stopped just before Green's neck.
"They are called the Tsai," Kaitsern said from behind. "My elite soldiers. Your third option, young Jarek."
"I worried that something might have happened to you, Frost," Jarek confessed, standing in his new room. He wished he had something to pack in the chest at the foot of the bed. His few possessions, a writing quill, some paper, a few coins, and some clothing, had apparently been confiscated by Demetrius, who had branded Jarek a rebel and an insubordinate. CERN's officers had barely managed to release the 5 men left behind from the detention cells.
"I arranged to have myself transferred to another camp as soon as I could," Frost said, standing on the other side of Jarek's new quarters. It was a modest chamber, but a large improvement over the cramped tent of Demetrius's camp. It felt good to once again have a room to himself. Jarek smiled. "You always did see things more quickly than I, Frost," Jarek said, looking at the empty chest, then shutting it with a shake of his head. "I'm surprised you didn't head back to Melorand as soon as you realized how hopeless I was." Frost smiled slightly. "I realized that before we left, young master," he said. "I checked in on you from time to time, even considered approaching you and suggesting we return home. Each time, however, I sensed that you were not ready, and so I left."
Jarek sat down on the room's small mattress, leaning back against the wall. He searched for the words to describe all he had seen and done over the last year, the death, the loss of friends, the nightmares, the pride of seeing his men fight.
"Oh, Frost," he said with a sigh. "I'm glad I came here, but what in the name of the Lords was I thinking?"
"You weren't thinking much, as I recall, young master," Frost said, seating himself on the floor. "You felt as if you had been rejected, that your life had collapsed."
"It's been so long."
"Only a year, young master," Frost noted. "I suspect the world has changed little in such time. You, however, are a completely different matter. Have you looked in the mirror lately?"
Jarek shook his head. Mirrors are a luxury Demetrius's army did not have.
"Here,"
Frost said, standing and retreating to the room next to Jarek's, the scholar's own quarters. He returned a moment later with a medium-sized mirror. Jarek was stunned by what he saw. When he looked into the mirror, his own face didn't look back. His father's did. Firm and experienced, the face before him wore a dark curly beard. The body that accompanied it wasn't as wide or burly as his father's, but it was much taller and powerfully well-muscled in its own right. It also had a litheness that Rin had never possessed. Jarek raised a hand to his face, feeling the beard with hesitant fingers. He'd never actually seen his reflection while wearing it.
"By the Lords,"
Jarek whispered. Who had stolen away the boy he knew and left this man in his place?
"You realize, young master, that there is another option left to you, one beyond the 3 Lord CERN offered."
Jarek looked away from the mirror.
"Returning to Melorand," he inferred.
Frost nodded, placing the mirror beside the wall. Jarek thought for a moment. Then he shook his head. "I don't know," he finally admitted. "I'm not certain I can do it. Not yet. I'll have to think about it."
"You still think you can win enough glory to earn the princess?"
Frost asked. Jarek shook his head. "It's not Quarteth. It's just, I'm not ready yet. Not ready to face them."
"And?" Frost asked, sensing there was more.
"And," Jarek said, his eyes darting involuntarily toward the practice squares.
"Ah," Frost said with understanding. "The Tsai."
"What are they, Frost?" Jarek asked, somehow knowing that Frost would be able to answer. "How do those men do such amazing things?"
"Are you certain you want me to answer that, young master?" Frost replied pointedly. "My explanation may go against some of the things you have read."
"I don't care," Jarek said. "I stopped ignoring truth after my first few months as a bridgeman."
"Well then, young master," Frost began, "your answer lies within an understanding of the three realms."
"That much, at least, is true?" Jarek asked.
"Oh yes. There really are three realms of existence, spiritual, cognitive, and physical, though they are not what men think them to be. Your scholars tell you the spiritual realm is that of the gods, the cognitive realm that of the Shodel, and the physical realm that of man. The truth is that most things exist in all three realms. Everything you see around you, animals, rocks, and plants, has a physical nature. You know that. You can touch it with your physical nature. However, all things also have a cognitive side and a spiritual side as well. The spiritual is its soul, its ideal nature. The cognitive is the thing that mediates between an object's physical side and its spiritual side."
"The mind," Jarek surmised.
"You could call it the mind," Frost admitted, "though that doesn't necessarily always hold true. A rock, for instance, has a cognitive nature, a weak one, but it has one nonetheless. The cognitive is what determines an object's placing in the world. In effect, it remembers where the object is in relation to the rest of the universe. When the Shodel use their minds to speak with one another, they are speaking cognitive to cognitive. When they send illusions to your warriors, they are doing the same thing."
"Then the Shodel are creatures of the cognitive," Jarek noted.
"Not exactly,"
Frost corrected, holding a finger into the air.
"The Shodel tend to have powerful cognitive sides, true, but they exist primarily in the physical realm, just like humans. Men can have powerful cognitive sides as well, though humans vary wildly from person to person. Some have more cognitive power than even the greatest of Shodel. Others have so little they are only slightly better than a rock."
"I've met a few of those," Jarek mumbled. Frost smiled.
"You, young master, appear to have a strong cognitive side."
"How can you tell?"
"Because microkinesis is cognitive magic. When you look at the world microkinetically, what you are really doing is looking through the eyes of your cognitive self, almost like you have slipped into the cognitive realm for a moment and are peeking out at the physical world."
"And when I use microkinesis to change things?" Jarek asked quietly. Frost paused.
"I wasn't aware you had gotten that far," he admitted. "The essence of microkinesis is changing things, using cognitive energy to make alterations in the physical world."
"And what these Tsai warriors do?" Jarek asked. "Is it the same thing?"
"No," Frost corrected. "The Tsai go the other way. They use their cognitive energy to affect the spiritual realm, though they do it quite innocently."
"Innocently?" Jarek asked.
General Cern is a brilliant man, Frost explained. But like most brilliant men, he doesn't accept the idea of magic or mysticism. When his men meditate and practice, they are focusing their cognitive power, but they simply see it as a training technique. When a Tsai shatters his opponent's sword with his bare hand, what he is really doing is gathering his cognitive energy and using it to break the sword's spiritual aspect. Any alterations made to an object's spiritual side have immediate and often violent repercussions in the physical world. Cern's warriors don't see that side, however. They think their hand shatters the steel when it really has little to do with the process.
Jarek nodded slowly. What Frost was saying was different from what he had been taught. It was like a clearer vision of what the Trexandian scholars were trying to piece together. He only paused briefly to wonder how Frost knew so much. He trusted the words. Somehow, he innately understood that Frost was speaking the truth. Topaz was right. The old scholar was something much more than one first assumed. Frost rose, brushing off his simple gray robes.
You should sleep now, young master. If what Lord Cern said is true, then your day has been a difficult one. We will speak again in the morning.
That night, sleeping was more difficult a proposition than he'd expected. He tried to turn in early, but to no avail. 6 months ago, he would have given nearly anything for a few extra hours of sleep. Now he found himself completely unable to use the time given to him. Instead, his mind raced. He thought about his time in the Eternal War, his men, and his suffering. He wondered if he could turn down an opportunity to run when he had the chance, knowing that another year here, even in Cern's camp, meant more death, more pain, and more blood. He wondered if Riala remembered him. Just after sunset, a knock came at his door. "Come," he said. The door opened slightly, and General Cern appeared. Jarek quickly moved to stand and salute, but Cern waved him to be still.
"I saw your candle burning," he said with his staccato accent, "and thought I'd drop by."
"I have much to think about," Jarek admitted.
"I understand."
Then Cern paused, searching Jarek's eyes in his ineffable way.
"You see them, don't you, young Jarek?"
Cern asked quietly. "See what, sir?"
"The nightmares and the visions,"
Cern continued.
"The deaths of men you knew, the horrors of battle. You see them when you sleep."
"Every time I close my eyes, sir," Jarek admitted.
"Then know this. The Shodel's illusions aren't the only visions Tsai are trained to overcome."
Jarek thought for a moment. "Thank you, sir," he said quietly.
"Good night, then, young Jarek."
"Sir?" Jarek said as Cern moved to close the door.
"Yes?"
"I've made my decision." Cern's eyes searched his own, then he nodded. He had seen the answer therein.
"Come to my office in the morning, and we will begin your training."
Chapter 38. Riala watched curiously as the throne room's broad doors swung open, spitting out the courier who had entered just moments before. Once the man was out, a pair of Durham's guards, in Melloran red, quickly shut the doors, blocking out the palace servants' curious eyes. "Enough of this," a voice said from behind. The servants, mostly palace maids, looked up sheepishly. They had been watching covertly from the corner where the servants' passages and the palace main hallway met. Smithson, the tall palace chamberlain, regarded them with unyielding eyes. "The content of that message is no business of ours. Go about your work." "But they say it might be a ransom note," one of the younger maids said eagerly. "If it is, then we will hear about it soon enough," Smithson said. "Now move." Sullenly, the group of maids scattered, leaving behind only Riala. Smethson eyed her with dissatisfaction, but didn't say anything as he turned and left. As the princess's personal slave, Riala wasn't under Smethson's control, a fact that had never sat very well with the chamberlain. Riala turned back to the still-closed doors. I have to get in there, she realized. So far, her search for the prince had been less than productive. She had kept an eye on Martis, as Topaz suggested, but the man had done little that was suspicious. He appeared to be a bit hasty in his wedding preparations. The ceremony wasn't for another year, but Martis already had many of the festivities planned. Other than that, his actions had been completely unexceptional. He had visited several farms under his Ka control, he had occasionally gone to the chariot races, and he had taken care of the fiscal matters of his house. Her only consolation was that no one else seemed to be doing any better at finding the prince. Investigations by guard, nobleman, and king had all turned up nothing, though Sir Hasor still maintained that the prince might be alive. The rest of Melorand had given up on the boy. A year was a long time, especially without any sort of ransom demand. It was widely assumed that Joharn had simply gotten too close to the cliffs outside of Lacton and fallen into the lake itself. If that were the case, then his body was probably feeding the sharks somewhere in the Eastern Ocean. And now this. A letter, mysteriously attached to the palace gates by a dagger, left sometime in the night. The most important of the king's advisers, Martis, Sir Hasor, and the whore-watcher Scathe, had been gathered for a clandestine meeting. Riala needed to hear what they were saying. But how to get in? The situation was different from what she was accustomed to. Over the last few months, she had grown quite proficient at placing herself in locations where eavesdropping would be beneficial. Sometimes she used her ability to hide, though most of the time it wasn't necessary. Getting past 2 guards and a closed door, however, was a different matter entirely. After Topaz's departure, she had finally forced herself to admit that the way she hid was not natural. She had known such was the case for several years now, but hadn't wanted to face the fact that what she was doing was a form of magic. Except the way Topaz had spoken of it didn't make it sound mysterious at all. He talked more like the realmatic theorists and scientists whose books Riala had occasionally read. Magic wasn't supposed to be something measured or explained. It was supposed to be cryptic and dark, like the whore-watchers. But if anyone's the expert, it is Topaz, Riala told herself. So in control, so always ready with an answer. In Riala's mind, Topaz was the ultimate authority on everything. Even his I don't knows were spoken with an air of knowledgeable mastery, as if to imply, and if I don't know, there probably isn't an answer. He had mentioned that if Riala tried, she could see light. But didn't everyone see light? She could see it now, shining in the window on the far side of the hallway. Topaz had to be talking about something different. Over the last few months, Riala had tried to put his words into practice, spending long hours staring at patches of light, trying to get them to split into colors, as Topaz had done, trying to recapture the feeling, the sense she had felt that day when the Jesk visited. So far, her results had been less than impressive. She thought she had made a patch of light fuzz once, but the moment had been over quickly. Slowly, Riala let her mind drift, telling herself that she was hiding, This time, however, she tried to focus on exactly what it was she was doing when she hid. It was a familiar feeling, one of detachment. She allowed the world to swirl around her, continuing as normal, but without touching her. She let her mind relax and dream, thinking of the words from her books and the desires of her heart. Then she opened her eyes, trying to maintain those feelings. Usually, her hiding had been one of two things, either an offshoot of her dreams or a reaction to danger, a method of protecting herself when she was afraid of being seen. Recently, she had been trying to do something different. She wanted to be more in control, to make her ability more of a purpose than a side effect. The world seemed a little fuzzy through her eyes, like a dream. She worked harder, trying to see exactly what it was Topaz had said she could do. She was close. She knew she was. It was as if she were surrounded by a powerful force, but it was just beyond her grasp. If she reached just a little bit farther, and then it happened. Like a sudden blow to the head, everything around her became crisp. Everywhere she looked, there were radiant lines of color and brightness. It was like a million tiny strings shooting in every imaginable direction. The entire whole was breathtaking. It was a magnificent tapestry, but a tapestry woven in all directions rather than just up and down. In some places, where the light was greater, the thin beams were brighter and stronger. In others, there seemed to be no beams at all, or rather, these places seemed to suck in the beams as opposed to reflecting them. All of the beams, strong or weak, grew more and more dim the farther they went. Part of the reason, Riella noticed, was because the beams had a tendency to spread out, to grow wider the longer they went in a single direction. Some even split into separate lines of light, each carrying away a fraction of the original intensity. Whenever a beam hit something solid, it bounced away, and since a single inch of space held thousands upon thousands of beams, Riella was able to see the texture of the world around her. She knew where walls began only because of where the threads of light stopped moving and turned a different direction. It was amazing. Everything around her was color. The entire hallway was etched out of light itself. In the distance, she could see bodies moving, and the uncountable beams of light bounced and reflected off the moving forms. Torches were enormous explosions of light, shooting off millions of shifting lines. She had never seen anything so beautiful in her life, except somehow she knew she wasn't seeing the light beams, at least not with her eyes. It was more of a sense, a feeling that her mind interpreted as sight, rather than actual seeing. She could close her eyes, and nothing seemed to change. This is how people see, Riella realized. These tiny lines of light hit their eyes, and the eyes absorb some of the energy. We never really see objects at all. We only see the light they reflect. Riella wasn't certain how long she sat, staring around her, but eventually she realized that there was a greater purpose she was ignoring: the conference. Gasping in alarm, Riella stood, still bathed in the lines of light. She had to get through those doors. Carefully, she made her way down the servants' hallway until she was standing just to the side of the intersection with the main hallway. Just beyond her, the illuminated forms of Durham's guards could be seen outlined in the light beams. As she moved, she noticed something about herself. The light didn't bounce off her like it did the rest of the world. Instead, the beams bent when they approached her, distorting slightly as they wrapped around her body to continue on in the direction they had originally been going. Curious, Riala tried to stop the behavior, pulling the lines toward her instead of pushing them away. Instantaneously, the beams snapped from bent to straight, and they began to hit her body like they did everything else. To the rest of the world, she would now be visible. That, however, wasn't going to get her into the throne room. She pushed with her mind, and though the beams resisted her, they eventually complied, bending as they had before. No beams touched Riala. Not a one was reflected back to reveal her position to observers. The doors, however, still presented a problem. Even if she couldn't be seen, the guards would hardly ignore a pair of doors opening mysteriously on their own and then shutting again. Topaz was able to split the light into colors, Riala reminded herself. Perhaps I can do something similar. Carefully, she studied the impression the doors gave by reflecting the light beams. Certain objects seemed to absorb different colors of beams, only reflecting other colors. In her mind, Riala ordered the light beams to pull back slightly from the doors, but to maintain the same shape and colors as before. She moved the image of the doors a couple of feet closer to the guards. Then she stepped forward as quietly as possible, her heart thumping as she slipped directly between the two men. Then, muttering a prayer to the 9 lords, she pulled on the door handle and cracked it open. One of the guards turned at the sound, but relaxed when he saw the image of the still closed doors. Riala held her breath, hoping the man wouldn't notice that the door appeared much closer to him than it had been a few moments before. His glowing head turned back to the front, however, leaving Riala to inch the door open just enough to slide her small frame through, then quietly pull it closed. She could still feel her hold on the door's image, though it was much weaker now that there was a solid object between her and it. Slowly, working as best she could with the unfamiliar streams of light, Riala pulled the image back to overlap the door and then released it. No cry of alarm came from the other side of the doors. She had done it. She was in.
"I am loath to point this out, Your Majesty," Martis's voice said from behind her. "But what if the note is just a scheme concocted by men who don't really have the prince? It is not too much to presume that a random group of bandits, seeing that no ransom note has been sent, finally decided to capitalize on your loss and try and bluff their way into getting a reward."
Riala turned. The light image before her was that of Rhodus's tall-backed stone throne, and several men seated on stools around him. Uncertainly, she tried to switch her view back to normal. She knew she could remain unseen and look at the world in the regular way, for she had never until this day actually seen the light threads. With a snap, her eyes complied. The room looked a little bit fuzzy, something she was used to. Every time she had used her abilities without knowing it, the world had fuzzed slightly. Only now did she realize why. I shouldn't be able to see. The light beams are bending around me, so none of them are hitting my eyes. Everything should be black. Somehow her mind was taking the information she sensed through her ability and translating it into the more familiar method of sight she was accustomed to.
"Young Martis's observation is possible, Your Majesty,"
Sir Hasor noted, speaking in his separated Send accent.
"It would explain why the kidnappers have waited so long to send a ransom note. They could have just been waiting for the fervor to die down,"
Scathe objected. He sat on the king's far left, his purple cloak bearing the distinctive Whorewatcher collar.
It is my feeling that the note is authentic.
Riala stepped forward, sticking to the outside of the chamber, despite her knowledge that none of them could see her. It would have been too creepy for her to walk directly through the center of the group. Besides, they could have heard her breathing. She made her way around the periphery of the room until she was standing beside Rhodus's fur-covered throne. The note in question was resting on the king's knee, but was covered with his hand, so Riala couldn't read it.
I think we should assume its authenticity as well,
Hasor agreed. Riala's eyes fell on the man. He had always impressed her. Tall and mighty, Hasor was the kind of powerful but refined man that existed in so many of the Falin ballads she loved. Riala knew she wasn't the only girl in the palace who had somehow found a way to put herself near the barracks when Hasor did his daily training with the city guards. Even now, firm-faced and determined, he exuded a sense of control and poise.
We should play along, Your Majesty, Hasor continued, but do so only to provide your guards and myself an opportunity to capture the authors of this letter. True kidnappers or simple rogues, they deserve to come to justice.
That might be dangerous, my lord, Scathe warned.
I have consulted the stars, and they warn that now is not the time for foolish bravado. Is 50,000 gold really that much to give for the safe return of your son?
Martis snorted.
Perhaps not too much to give monetarily, but what would be the ramifications of such an action, Your Majesty? He asked. Can you afford to look weak before the rest of Yolen? If you pay these miscreants, then how long will it be before every villain on the continent decides that the means to easy riches can be found through the throne of Melorand?
Rhodus, looking very tired, rubbed his forehead with a sigh, his left hand still resting on the letter. The hefty king had gained even more weight over the last year, and he now had to sit on a raised platform, for his bulk could never squeeze between the armrests of the throne.
It is a difficult decision the lords have given me,
Rhodus mumbled. The humor and jolliness that had been so much of his character before were also gone, replaced by a dull fatigue.
I must think on this.
Yes, Your Majesty, the three men said. Slowly they rose, bowing and making their way out of the room. One man, however, remained behind.
Your Majesty? Martis asked. Might I have a moment? Of course, Martis,
Rhodus said, settling back in his seat.
What is it? Your Majesty, Martis began, his voice laden with something Riala instantly recognized as false concern. I am worried about the kingdom. In what way? The king asked. Joharn's disappearance is a grave loss to us all. He was my friend, and would have become my brother. There are things, however, we are forced to consider now that he may not return. Such as what, Martis? The king asked tiredly. The nation is without an heir, Your Majesty, Martis noted. I know, Rhodus agreed, but there is little I can do about that. What would you have me do? Take a young girl as my wife and try to repopulate the royal family? No, Your Majesty, of course not. I do, however, have another suggestion. This was the last thing on my mind when I sought your daughter's hand, but since recent events have taken the path that they have, the king nodded. You have been a trustworthy adviser, Martis, he said. Your father and I never got along, but you seem to have inherited all of his loyalty with none of his propensity toward argument. I look forward to having you as a son. I know I shall never replace the one that is gone, Your Majesty, Martis said, bowing his head humbly. But the kingdom is in need. That is why I make a suggestion. Perhaps we should forego tradition in this case and advance the date of the wedding. The king thought for a moment, his antoli drooping limply from the end of his ample chin. A good suggestion, Martis. What did you have in mind? I could be ready in 4 months, Your Majesty. Rhodus nodded. All right, then. I shall make the announcement this afternoon. Martis smiled, backing away from the throne. As he did, Rhodus finally moved his hand, allowing Riala to read the letter. It was written in simple, straightforward lettering. 50,000 will return the prince. What struck Riala, however, was the letter itself. At the top and bottom of the parchment were the broken remnants of a seal. The wax was dyed a bright violet color that Riala had seen somewhere before.
Chapter 39. The Acrobula sat alone atop one of the hills, optimistically named Mount Ekro, of southern Lalum. It was ominous, dark, and impressive. Or at least it would have been ominous, dark, and impressive to an 8-year-old boy. To Topaz, it just looked silly. The path leading up to the Black Fortress was lined with poles bearing skulls at their tops, and Topaz had to keep himself from snickering at the overdone attempt at appearing threatening. In all his years, he had never seen a Whore-Watcher do anything the least bit dangerous. The skulls had probably been raided from a nearby cemetery.
"Behold the Acrobula," Cathus said dramatically, sweeping his arm out before him.
"It's amazing," Topaz breathed with wide-eyed wonder. "I can't believe I'm actually here." Cathus nodded, whipping their oxen back into motion to begin the ascent. Topaz shook his head. He had spoken the words in perfect Falin, a language he had pretended to learn during the 3 months they had spent traveling. Cathus took it for granted that Topaz had learned so quickly, attributing the student's linguistic ability to the teacher's skill. Topaz should never have been able to progress as quickly as he did, of course. No jargish peasant, no matter how talented, could have accomplished such a feat. But he supposed he couldn't blame Cathus for not knowing better. The man was, after all, an idiot. The oxen plodded their way up the side of the hill, passing the lines of vacant-eyed sentries. There was one thing he had to admit about the Whore-Watchers. They were very careful about who they let enter their fortress. Topaz had tried to sneak into the Acrobula 3 times during his lifetime, and had never made it past the outer wall. The sentries all carried Shodel Tamu Keks, and were trained to use them to sense the approach of living beings. No matter how stealthily he walked, no matter how clever his plan, Topaz couldn't hide from cognitive magic. The Whore-Watchers might not know what they did when they used the Tamu Keks, but they were surpassingly adept at it nonetheless. The Acrobula itself was constructed of Falin black rock from quarries in the northern mountains. Its walls, which were admittedly higher than any Topaz had seen, nearly as tall as 2 men, were lined with twisted sculptures Topaz assumed were supposed to be frightening. Beyond the wall was the keep, a 2-story box of a building without window or door beyond the gate at the front.
"You are a very lucky boy, Jarek," Cathus informed him as they passed through the outer gate. "Few people ever get to see the inside of this most sacred of buildings. Monarchs, armies, and thieves have all tried to enter the Acrobula, and all have failed. No force on the 3 continents is powerful enough or sly enough to get past the Whore-Watchers."
And with that, Cathus led him into the building. Topaz had assumed there was nothing dangerous in the Acrobula. He was wrong. These men were all dangerous to his sanity. If one more person asked him to light a candle, he was going to scream. He would scream very loudly and very suddenly, and the sound would reverberate through the entire complex. Fortunately, it appeared as if the Draths were finally satisfied with his ability. At first, they had made objections, claiming he was too old. Despite all of his skill in disguise and impersonation, there was only so much Topaz could do to mask his age. However, as soon as he lit a candle, all talk of age disappeared without a complaint. Rules and traditions could be ignored in the face of opportunity. The Draths spoke together now, standing in a loose circle, occasionally turning worried eyes back at Topaz and Caithus. Caithus had quickly and neatly excluded the other Whore-Watcher, Endelo, from the meeting. Topaz doubted the younger man had realized that Caithus intended to take complete credit for discovering Jarek. Topaz remained where he had been told to stand, careful to keep his eyes down. He couldn't afford to start being belligerent until they actually swore him in as a Whore-Watcher. After that, not even a Drath could kick him out again. It would take a vote from the entire Elder Council. As far as Topaz knew, no Whore-Watcher had ever had his title removed. Caithus, however, did little to hide his self-satisfaction. He stood beside Jarek, humming softly to himself as he watched the discomforted Draths. A person who could light a candle in one pass was an incredibly valuable find, and would probably give him enough prestige, something the Whore-Watchers kept track of with a system of points and levels, to advance to Drath status. Topaz didn't, of course, really use the Tamukeks to light the candles. Microkinesis was far more efficient. Though he had relatively little talent for speeding up or slowing down Axii, lighting a candle or two was well within his abilities. He made certain not to light the candles on the first try every time. He wanted to appear powerful, but not unbelievably so. Eventually, the Draths finished their deliberation and turned back to regard Topaz. Their senior member, a wizened man with so many wrinkles on his face he resembled a wadded-up piece of paper, stepped forward.
Reverend Caithus, you certainly have returned with a valuable addition to the Acrobula, the man declared in a voice as cracked as his face. He will no doubt be a mighty Whore-Watcher and bring praise to us all.
Thank you, Great One, Caithus said humbly.
And that is why, the Drath continued, we have decided that this Jarek is too valuable to be trained by one who is not himself a Drath.
Caithus nearly dropped to the floor in shock. Great One, he practically yelped.
I will take this boy as my own student, the Drath said. You may leave full of the knowledge that you have served the Acrobula worthily.
But, Caithus practically wept. Topaz barely covered a snicker. Apparently, Caithus wasn't the only one skilled at taking prestige for himself. If Topaz became the student of the head Drath, then all the prestige from his progression, including all the residual points earned for any Whore-Watchers Topaz someday recruited, would go to this man. Caithus would be left with virtually no benefit from having found Topaz.
This is a special incident, the Drath explained, requiring special handling.
You can't, Caithus finally sputtered.
Be careful, Caithus, the Drath warned. If you ever wish to join the ranks of the Drath, you are going to need our approval. I strongly warn you not to do anything that would incur our disfavor.
Caithus grew white, his entire frame trembling. Topaz almost felt sorry for him. Finally, the Whore-Watcher bowed, backing from the room. A second later, a scream of despair could be heard from the hallway, followed closely by a second one coming from what sounded like Endelo. Caithus might have been intending to hoard the prestige, but he was definitely willing to share the grief.
Now, Jarek, the Drath continued as another man shut the door behind Caithus, we can continue. I am known as Ethuzaleth, and I will be your master until such time as you prove yourself fit for senior status. If you have no objections, we will proceed with the initiation."
Topaz nodded solemnly, inwardly very curious. He had heard many things about the secret Whore-Watcher initiation rites. In the end, however, he was sorely disappointed. The ceremony didn't involve dancing naked before an altar, sucking the blood from a still-living animal, or any of the other things Topaz had heard attributed to the Whore-Watcher initiation. Instead, all he did was repeat after Ethuseleth as he read from an old scroll, promising never to reveal the things he saw in the Acrobula to outsiders. When it was finished, Ethuseleth nodded and re-rolled the scroll.
"Telenus," he said, "take this boy to one of the meditation chambers so he can ponder fully the nature of what he has become. Initiate, your training will begin tomorrow."
In a stunning feat of patience, Topaz waited in his meditation chamber for a full half-hour before sneaking out to look around the Acrobula. He threw on the robe they had given him and slipped through the door, hoping no one would come to check on him. Of course, if they did, he could just claim he had gone looking for the privy and gotten lost. The dark, cramped hallways of the massive stone structure were poorly lit and unadorned, as if the passages had been designed by a masochistic claustrophobe. It all looked so similar that he made certain to keep careful track of his progression, counting intersections and trying to move vaguely in the same direction. He passed Whore-Watchers as he traveled, most of them bearing the ridiculously massive collars that marked them as a senior member. Topaz was careful to step to the side as they approached, turning his eyes down as he assumed would be expected of a peon such as himself. No one gave him a second look. It soon became obvious that exploring the Acrobula would do him little good. The maze of a building was so twisted and confusing that it would take months to become familiar. Facing another identical intersection, Topaz shook his head and chose a random way to go. There were rooms coming off of many of the hallways, but each one was either locked shut or filled with robed bodies engaged in one esoteric practice or another. The entire experience was frustrating. He could sense Dragonsteel somewhere in the complex, but getting to it was another matter entirely. Eventually, he decided that if he were going to find anything of value, it would be hidden behind one of the locked doors. He debated for a moment which one to try, but eventually decided that it didn't really matter. They all looked the same. Randomly, he chose a door and reached for the lock. He could snap the mechanism microkinetically without too much trouble. He paused, however. The Whore-Watchers used cognitive magic, or rather, they used a very inefficient form of cognitive magic that depended on the Dragonsteel locked within Shodel bones. He wasn't certain if their sentries would be able to sense the use of microkinesis. Sometimes the two forms of magic reacted with one another. So instead, he pulled out a thin bag of lockpicks. They were primitive when compared to microkinesis, but they had served him well. Johann heard the scratchings at the door and pulled back into a fetal ball, preparing himself for the assault of light that would follow. In the time he had been here, had it been days, weeks, years, he had lived in darkness. He didn't even know where here was. He had awoken once to see his captors, long ago when he had been taken from the palace, but they had been dressed nondescriptly. They had quickly knocked him back into unconsciousness, and since that time the only thing he had seen of them were shadowed forms outlined in the hallway's blinding light. The door shook softly. Why weren't they coming in? Johann pulled himself against the side of the wall. He would have prayed, but such seemed futile anymore. The lords didn't care about him, otherwise they would never have left him in the lightless perdition that was now his home. "Please just let me die," he pled in his mind. "Let it end. I can't live without time, without contact, without light." Topaz paused. There were voices coming from the side of the hallway. Cursing, he removed his pick and quickly stowed the set of tools underneath his robes. He'd been close. He turned and began to walk down the gloomy hallway in the direction of the voices, keeping his eyes on the floor.
"Methuselah wants us to move him," one voice said quietly.
"Isn't that dangerous?"
the second muttered back.
"The one who wants him is growing restless," the first voice explained. "The Great One fears that he will send spies to try and retrieve the boy rather than pay what is demanded."
Topaz stepped to the side, waiting with a bowed head as the two men passed in the narrow hallway. They ignored him, continuing their conversation.
"Where will we take him?"
the second Horwatcher asked.
"Back to the place where we found him," the first explained. "No one will expect such a move."
Then they were gone, rounding a corner and leaving Topaz alone once again in the hallway. He turned, looking down the passageway. He couldn't even remember which door he had been trying to open. It probably didn't matter anyway. He reached for his picks, but then paused. Perhaps it was the experience of nearly being caught, but he slowly moved his hand away, leaving the picks where they were. Perhaps opening one of the doors wasn't such a good idea. He could just as easily walk in on a sleeping Drath as find something important. With a sigh, Topaz shook his head. He didn't like his options, but fate rarely paid much attention to his objections. He didn't want to spend the time necessary to move through the ranks of the Horwatchers, but that appeared to be the safest way to gain access to their secret chambers. Perhaps a little more searching would give him some more ideas. After about 2 hours of wandering, however, he finally gave up. There was no way he was going to succeed in the Acrobola unless he spent a great deal of time studying it. He stood hesitantly in the hallway for a moment, then decided to make his way back to the meditation chamber. He would have to spend a good bit of time weighing his options, and the room he'd been given seemed as good a place as any. As he passed through a hallway, however, something caught his attention. It was a door, slightly cracked open. So far, every passage he had encountered had either been sitting wide open or locked tight. Curious, he approached and peeked through the crack, and saw what appeared to be a half-dozen naked men dancing around a stone altar. Topaz blinked in surprise. Apparently some of the stories were true after all. He checked again, amazed. He hadn't really expected the rumors about Horwatcher practices to have any foundation in truth. He'd thought they were weird, but this... His eyes, however, did not lie. He was confronted by the strange and somewhat nauseating sight of 7 middle-aged men hopping around the strange white altar, completely unencumbered by clothing. He recognized several of them from his meeting with the Draths earlier. As Topaz turned to leave, he noticed something else. He frowned, staring at the altar itself. It was probably a trick of the light, but it appeared as if a glowing nimbus were appearing over the stone block. As he watched, the nimbus resolved itself into the form of a glowing young woman, a completely naked and rather buxom woman. Topaz suddenly felt an incredible wave of power, as if a mighty wind had suddenly exploded from the room, but hit only him. He stumbled away from the door, his eyes unfocused, his mind cloudy. He felt his back slap against the opposing wall and stood, his fingers groping against the cold stone wall as he struggled to regain control. Whatever he had just seen involved microkinesis on a level he had never before experienced. The torrent made his own most powerful releases of energy seem like pathetic dribbles. Unable to think in the face of such power, Topaz stumbled away, leaning against the wall for support. A second later, however, the power vanished from his mind. He stood, breathing deeply as if he had just performed some feat requiring every ounce of his endurance. What had just happened? Holding a hand against his throbbing head, he tried to orient himself. Now, more than ever, he needed to spend some time in quiet thought. He was not to escape so easily, however.
"Selen,"
a voice seemed to whisper in his ear. Topaz looked up, eyes searching wildly through the empty hallway. He hadn't heard that name in a long, long time.
"Selen,"
the voice repeated, more loudly this time. Then it happened. A power appeared before him, so incredibly strong that he was thrown to the ground, cracking his head against the stones. When his vision cleared, he saw a white-robed form standing in the air above him. It shone so brightly that everything, stones, wood, and metal, seemed to be made of a glowing white essence. The being was in the form of a man with a long white beard and a blazing mane of hair. It hurt Topaz's eyes to look at him. Energy pulsed from the being, slamming into Topaz like waves pounding against a cliffside.
"Selen,"
the man said, his voice booming through the hallway.
"I have been watching you."
Topaz gasped, trying to force his body to breathe. His limbs spasmed wildly in the middle of an uncontrollable seizure induced by the power. He squirmed on the floor, unable to even keep his eyes on the figure before him as he twitched.
"What happens to a man when he has no faith, Selen?"
the being asked.
"What part of himself must he sacrifice? Does a man with no beliefs give up his soul?"
Topaz couldn't answer. He could barely listen.
"You have no purpose, Selen,"
the voice said disapprovingly.
"You have lost that very thing which gives you life."
Topaz threw his arm against the ground, grasping for any sort of purchase to hold himself steady as he tried to bring his body under control. The being seemed closer now, standing just a few inches above him, its vast, overpowering eyes looking down at him.
"Worship me, Selen,"
the form demanded. Topaz groaned, pushing himself back up against the wall and barely managing to obtain a seated position. His mouth refused to obey him.
"What?"
he managed to croak.
"The Whore Watchers?"
The being snorted in disdain.
"No, I am not here for the Whore Watchers. My sister likes to play with them, but I have no use for fools."
The being paused, then stared directly into Topaz's eyes.
"I am here for you,"
he informed him.
"Give me your devotion. Give me your life. Come to me as you belong."
"Who?" Topaz said between gasps, tears streaming down his face from the pain of looking upon such luminescence.
"You know who I am, Selen. I am the god before all gods. I am he who is called Orion and Cephas. I am the true god of the Kichan. I am the White One, and I created all, even you. Worship me."
As the being spoke, another wave of power assaulted Topaz, pushing him back into convulsions. So much power! His mind strained to accept it. That which he had felt just moments ago now seemed minuscule. It was as if the entire world, every vibration of every axis, were suddenly thrust upon him in one mighty attack.
"Worship me,"
it demanded. How could he resist? The world around him screamed praises to it. All he had known, all that he was, strained, ready to snap, ready to crush his own will and join it with the mighty river of power before him. Then he felt his world shift and his microkinetic senses took over. He opened his eyes, though such wasn't necessary, and gasped, despite his pain, at what he saw. A void, total and complete, hung in the air before him. It was not power, it was blackness. It did not exude strength, it sucked life in. He had never seen darkness before when looking with the power of microkinesis. Everything had axes, even a dark night sky. Everything was made of axes. But not this. This thing that claimed to be Orion, king of the gods, creator of all, was himself nothing. "No," Topaz croaked. It wasn't a scream of denial. He didn't have the strength for such. However, despite its weakness, it bore behind it the full force of what was left of his will.
"So be it,"
the being said quietly. And then all was still. The waves of power vanished, as did the light, and Topaz was left lying on the floor as if dead, his eyes staring dully, his limbs too weak to move, a thin line of spittle dripping from his mouth. As his overtaxed mind slowly fell unconscious, one final thought occurred to him.
I need to stay, he knew. No matter how long it takes, no matter that I have to ignore the rest of the world, I need to stay here until I figure out what that was.
Chapter 40. It began with meditation. Jarek received his first lesson from Cern himself, a lesson given in the general's office on the day that Jarek would realize only later had been his 17th birth date. The lesson was unlike any in Jarek's life. His father had taught by example, with only occasional explanation. Terrell and Bendavius had taught through books, and Topaz through laughter. Cern was different. He didn't order or instruct, and he couldn't really show. Meditation, or Gavel Mo, as Cern called it, had to be experienced to be understood. Jarek learned a great deal on that day, perhaps more in one session than he ever had in his life. Cern's calmness, his ability to perceive with sharpness, struck Jarek. The Tsend exuded control, and somehow Jarek absorbed some of that feeling. During the 3-hour session, Jarek learned to breathe, something he'd never thought a person needed to be taught. He learned to clear his mind, no easy task, and he began to feel what Cern called the concept of tensed relaxation. The paradoxical term was an apt one. During the months that followed, Jarek came to understand that when meditating it was possible for his senses to be completely alert, his muscles prepared for instantaneous motion, but at the same time be completely at rest. After that first lesson, Cern assigned him a mentor from amongst the Tsai, a Tsend by the name of Sharn. Cern met with him frequently to instruct and train, but it was Sharn who guided Jarek on a daily basis and, when the time came, who sparred with him. It felt odd to Jarek not going on Dragonsteel runs anymore. He hadn't realized that by agreeing to become a Tsai, he had committed himself to a training process that often took years to complete. Before him, the next youngest Tsai had already been in training for over a year, and he had only started going on runs again a short while ago. Once again, Jarek's life became one of learning and study, though this time no books or writing were involved. Most Tsai were allowed to begin joining Dragonsteel runs again after 14 months of training, and then only under close supervision. Tsai warriors were too valuable to be allowed to get themselves into danger before they were fully trained. The box was constructed of a deep brown wood, probably mahogany, though Jarek couldn't be certain. It was odd how little he really knew about wood, considering his background. The problem was the lumberman's forests lacked diversity. That was part of what made them so valuable. They were filled with a dozen different varieties of pine, some patches of cedar, and several less useful woods, such as aspen. There were, however, very few hardwoods. The box's wood was different than those Jarek knew. For one thing, it didn't have much of a scent. Jarek had lived his childhood associating different trees with different scents. It seemed odd to him that the box should smell more like the stain that had been used to preserve it than it did of any natural wood scent. The grain was also less pronounced than in the woods Jarek knew. It was faint, almost indistinguishable, making the box appear as if it were one solid color rather than the complex weave of layers that should make up a wood. Still, it was beautiful. Jarek had never seen wood its color before, a brown so dark it was nearly black, like stone rather than wood. It was incredibly smooth, smoother than any pine board could ever become, no matter how much it was sanded. It was also very hard. The tip of Jarek's fingernail had left no mark. Jarek was at a loss as to what could be contained in such a small box. It wasn't a chest to put clothing in, or even one of the chests he had seen men use to store food. It was only about 2 handspans across the top and about a handspan high. It could have been a woman's jewelry box, but why would Cern have given him such a thing? Jarek sat on the floor of the Tsai practice hall, sitting comfortably in the Gabel Mo position. The box rested on the floor in front of him, such an insignificant object to be the source of so much contemplation. The hall was empty for now. The other Tsai had gone on a run, leaving Jarek alone. This second step in the meditation process, called Gevel-Tso, the act of studying a single object, had come much easier to Jarek than the first step. It had taken him the better part of 2 months to reach the point where he could wholly and truly clear his mind of all thought, resting simply and unemotionally, his senses alert but relaxed. Once he had mastered that technique, CERN had allowed him to move on. People always remarked on how perceptive Jarek was. He wasn't certain about that, but he did know that he had always enjoyed studying the world around him. So when CERN had explained the second step in Gevel-Mo, Jarek had felt an instant understanding.
Study the object, CERN had explained. Know it. Know everything about it. Feel it with your eyes. Learn its secrets. Come to know each of its separate pieces. Then put them together as a whole.
Jarek had been doing that since his childhood. True, it was different now that he understood the first step of Gevel-Mo, the preparing of one's mind through emptiness. He could focus even more sharply, studying the one object so intently that no distraction, whether physical or mental, could draw him away from it. However, it was only an extension of his natural inclinations, more intense, but still the same. CERN, sensing his student's progress, had moved Jarek on to the next step after just a week. Gevel-2, the third step in meditation, was the act of pondering a single concept with the same discrimination and focus that had been used to study objects. Jarek had assumed that this step would also be easy for him. He had spent countless hours as a student considering different ideas and their implications. In a way, he had been right. Gevel-2 had been easy for him, but he had been unprepared for its effectiveness. Before, when he had read and thought, he had considered himself intuitive. He had readily grasped the concepts presented to him and had assumed he was able to discern their meanings. If there was one thing Gevel-2 did for him, it was to convince him of how little he knew. CERN had started him with the concept of beauty.
Consider it as you did the candle, the box, and the plant, CERN had explained. Take apart its pieces and discover what they each mean. Feel the whole and experience it until it becomes as familiar to you as the fingers on your hand and as close to you as the skin on your chest.
Jarek had done as he was told. After clearing his mind, he had begun to consider the different philosophies and perceptions that made up the concept of beauty. He had deliberated on the various things people considered beautiful, wondering why they were distinctive, and tried to make connections between them. Then he had begun to question why some people could consider an object beautiful, while others did not. Was beauty not universal, then? Was something beautiful if only one person considered it so? Or was true beauty to be contained in the opinion of the masses? When he had finally fallen out of his meditation of beauty, it was twilight outside. The session had been long. He had begun early in the morning. Jarek rose, planning to prepare for bed, but had been shocked to find people bustling around the camp with an air of busyness. People were usually growing lethargic and preparing to sleep at such a time. Only then had he realized it was growing lighter, not darker. He had not only meditated through the day, but through the night as well. It was that session, and dozens more like it, that had finally convinced Jarek of how truly ignorant he was. Within the formless calm of Gevel-2, he was able to follow strains of thought far beyond what he had done as a student, when his mind had jumped from topic to topic. Now he could spend hours on a single idea and still not understand it. He could, however, see the nearly endless potential for thought, and know that he still had a very, very long way to go before he understood. Of course, he still spent time on Gevel-Mo and Gevel-Tso. True meditation required the continued practice of all three. The dark brown box was one of his favorite exercises, partially because of the mystery it contained. Jarek still did not know what, if anything, was inside. However, more of his fascination with the box came because of the challenge it presented.
When you can release the contents of this box, Cern had explained upon giving it to him, you are ready to begin Dragonsteel runs again. You can, however, only touch the box with one finger.
The box had 3 clasps on it, one on each side except for the hinged back. The lid was fastened down with the clasps. However, each clasp was attached to an odd sort of coiled metal that snapped it closed again whenever Jarek lifted it. With a single finger, he could only open one clasp at a time. Over the last month, he had tried hundreds of different finger positions, attempting to find a way to pull open multiple clasps at once. One time he had almost managed to lift 2 of them at the same time, but never had he even come close to 3. It seemed a physical impossibility. Jarek could, perhaps, have used microkinesis to open it, but that would have felt like cheating to him. Cern didn't know about his abilities, and Jarek wanted to perform the task the general had intended. He already felt guilty enough for having looked at it microkinetically, which allowed him to see through the wood and sense the contents. Such hadn't done him much good, however. He still wasn't very adept at sensing objects when there was a physical barrier in the way. As far as he had been able to tell, the object in the box filled it almost completely, and its axes resembled those of glass. So, for a few hours each day, he pondered the box, knowing that the secret Cern intended him to find could come with quiet Gewalt so. Otherwise, it would not have been included in his training. He was still studying the box when the other Tsai returned from their run. Jarek noticed their arrival. Cern had very strictly explained that Gewalt Mo did not lead one to ignore one's surroundings, for such could be very dangerous to a warrior. Instead, it was the complete focus of one's attention without letting distraction occupy the mind. He could be aware of those around him, needed to be aware of those around him, without letting them draw him out of his contemplation. This day, however, he did let the Tsai's arrival draw him out, not because of their distraction, but because he knew he was finished with his meditations for a time. The hour for dinner had almost arrived, and he had promised to let Frost begin teaching him Deck, a strange game involving a board and multicolored stones, after they ate. Jarek blinked slightly, rising from his seated position as he felt meditation disappear for the day. His body felt invigorated and alert. His muscles were never stiff after Gewalt Mo, and he never felt as if he needed to stretch. Sharn noticed him rising and smiled in acknowledgement. He was older than Jarek, perhaps in his early 20s, and had the thin body of a Tsend. His hair was sandy blonde, and his face was open, his eyes always friendly. Over the last 3 months, Jarek had developed a deep fondness for the Tsend. Jarek had never had brothers or sisters, but under Sharn's tutelage and guidance, he felt as if he had begun to understand what it would have been like to have an older sibling. "Still stuck on the box, I see," Sharn noticed as he pulled off the thin tan and white leather jerkin that was the Tsai's only armor. Jarek nodded, looking back at the box. "I don't know that I'll ever open it." Sharn chuckled. "You'll figure it out eventually, Tep," he said, using the Tsend word for a younger sibling. "Lord Cern gives it to you at the beginning, but he doesn't really expect you to do anything with it until you've been training for the better part of a year. Give it time." Jarek nodded. Sharn continued to dress, placing his Tsai uniform on a peg, then redressing in a fendub and leggings. Several of the other Tsai called to him as he finished, suggesting they head into town for the evening. Lord Tsai's camp didn't have brothels or taverns like Demetrius's, but it was carefully placed to be within walking distance of a medium-sized village where, assuming they didn't act shamefully, the men were allowed to find leisure. Sharn called back to them, saying he'd be along in a moment. Jarek had realized soon after his admission into the Tsai that Cern had chosen the best of their already elite group to train him. Sharn was the leader of the Tsai, a man respected throughout Cern's army. He was one of those affable, witty people who seemed to be able to do anything they wished without much trouble, but of whom you couldn't force yourself to be envious. He was just too likable to hate. "Why don't you come with us, Tep?" Sharn suggested, leaning back against the wall and folding his arms. "I know Lord Cern likes to talk about focus.
but I've often found that a little diversion is necessary in a man's life. It keeps him healthy."
Jarek smiled slightly. It would be nice. He might start to feel like he was back in Bridge 4 again. Not that he didn't appreciate the Tsai. They had immediately accepted him as one of their own and had made true efforts to include him. It was just that he missed the simple feeling of brotherhood in Bridge 4, the feeling of not just being accepted, but of being needed. He visited his old friends on occasion, but it wasn't quite the same. They had their lives and he had his, and Jarek missed the unity they had once felt. "No, Sean," Jarek said with a sigh, looking back at the box. "The harder I work, the sooner I can move on. Besides, I promised a friend I'd meet him after dinner."
"All right," Sean said, clapping him on the shoulder. "I'll see you tomorrow then."
Jarek nodded his farewell. Every morning Sean trained him with the sword. Jarek was almost beginning to feel as if he could stand against his mentor, at least until the older man used his Tsai skills. Every time Jarek got close to beating him, Sean would change. Gavel Dar, it was called, the final stage of meditation, that of maintaining the Gavel while fighting. Sean's eyes would grow more focused, his movements more quick. He would jump higher than he should be able to, spin to his feet when he should have fallen to the ground. His sword would parry Jarek's blows as if out of nowhere, and he would dodge blows that should never have missed. Sean never attacked when he was in such a state, for such a contest would have been laughably unfair. All Sean would have had to do was perform a single Tsai blow, a strike like the one Jarek had seen on that first day, the attack where all of one's energy and focus combined into a single powerful blow, and Jarek would be beaten. Jarek had seen it dozens of times since his arrival. The focus in the warrior's eyes, the tensing of the muscles, then the moment of absolute stillness. Frost called it a cognitive ripple, an effect of the enormous cognitive power about to be released. To everyone watching the battle, time would seem frozen for a brief moment just before the Tsai struck. No, if Sean had gone on the offensive, Jarek would have fallen quickly indeed. Fortunately, the older man only used his Tsai skills to dodge, an exercise to help Jarek progress as a swordsman, to present a foe that would be challenging. Jarek had only managed to land a blow twice when fighting a warrior maintaining the Gavel Dar. According to Sean, such was quite an accomplishment. It didn't feel like one. Jarek sighed, turning to sit before the box again. There were a few minutes before dinner began, and he never liked to arrive at the beginning of the rush. Every man in Cern's camp, whether bridgeman or Tsai, stood in the same meal lines. If Jarek was going to wait, he might as well spend it here in the quiet of the Tsai hall. The box stared up at him, but his mind was not on it for the moment. He was thinking of the Tsai, and how different their mannerisms were from those of other warriors. When the men had returned a moment earlier, no mention was made of Shodel killed. There had been no bragging about fighting prowess or counting of opponents slain by the number of notches in the sword hilt, both things Jarek had noticed in the regular warriors of both camps. The Tsai didn't do such things. Not only did Cern forbid them to brag of their kills, but the warriors didn't like to speak of the deaths they had caused. Jarek wasn't certain, but he sensed that they, like himself, had at one point been bothered by the nightmares. These men had killed many, many times. Their Tsai skills made them unparalleled warriors. Where a regular soldier would perhaps kill one or two opponents in the course of a Dragonsteel skirmish, a Tsai would often slice through a dozen or more, slaughtering with the cold efficiency of a quiet, focused mind. Fortunately, they had the Gavel Mo. Of all the things Cern had told him, this had been the most true. Since Jarek had become a Tsai, the nightmares had trailed away, vanishing like the dreams they were. His sleep now was quiet and restful, and whenever his mind began to dredge up images of dying men, screaming friends, and demonic Shodel, it would immediately quiet itself with the blissful thoughtlessness of Gavel Mo. Just as it did at that moment. As soon as such dark images began to grow oppressive, Jarek found his mind clearing. He breathed in a deep breath of peaceful, calm air, and the horrors and shadows of his visions were gone, leaving him still and in control. Still, in control, and facing the box. Jarek contemplated it carefully, noting its smooth, glossy finish. Perhaps he had been thinking about it the wrong way. What if the clasps were a distraction, like the visions that constantly tried to overwhelm his mind? What if there were another way into the box, one not so obvious? One finger. Jarek raised his hand, looking at his index finger. Then he looked back at the box, his vision slipping naturally into microkinetic view as it sometimes did while he was meditating. The tiny axes danced before him. Most prevalent was the black one that could be found most purely in the charred remnants of a fire, and the blues and the whites that made up water. Jarek raised his finger, all of his attention focused on it. He could feel his energy, his psi, coursing through his body, converging and welling within the muscles of his arm. His finger froze in the air for a moment that seemed impossibly long to Jarek. Then it struck, snapping forward. It smacked into the side of the box before he realized what he was doing. There was a large crack, and Jarek's meditative mindset shattered. He shook his head in confusion. Then he looked down. His finger had punctured the back of the box, somehow breaking a perfectly finger-sized hole in the center of the hardwood panel. The box itself hadn't moved, not even scooting an inch forward from the impact. Immediately, Jarek felt a wave of weakness strike his entire body. It didn't just affect his arm. The muscles in his feet suddenly seemed just as fatigued as his arm. He recovered quickly, but for a few seconds he was so feeble that he nearly passed out. A few seconds later, it was over. Amazed, Jarek pulled his finger out of the box. It was difficult. The hole was so exactly sized to his finger that he had to yank soundly to pull it free. Afterward, dark red sand began to pour out of the hole, piling on the ground beside the box.
"By the names of the lords,"
an amazed voice whispered behind him. Jarek turned suddenly to see Sharn and two other Tsai standing in the doorway, apparently having returned to retrieve some forgotten object. Their task was forgotten, however, as they noticed Jarek's accomplishment.
"Go get the general,"
Sharn said to one of the other men in a quick voice. Cern turned the box over in his hands, inspecting the hole at the back. Red sand, like granulized blood, poured out as he looked over the dark wood. Finally, he set the box back on the Tsai Hall's floor, then turned to regard Jarek, who sat straight back a short distance away.
"You, young Jarek, are a constant source of surprises,"
Cern said simply.
"I'm sorry, sir," Jarek said uncertainly. "It's all right," Cern said calmly. "I did, after all, tell you to open it with one finger. My daughter is going to be absolutely livid when she finds out what I did to her jewelry box, however."
Sharn smiled beside Jarek. Cern's daughter, Sharn's fiancée, had been visiting Tsendor since Jarek arrived. She was reputed to have a very fiery temperament, quite the opposite of her father. Jarek frowned. "I wasn't supposed to open it that way, then?" he asked with confusion. He had assumed he'd discovered the solution of the test.
"Lords, no,"
Cern said with a slight smile.
"The box exercise is supposed to be futile, a method of developing patience. You are ready to go on Dragonsteel runs when Sharn and I agree you're ready. All three of us open it together, one finger each, as a sign of your advancement."
"The sand, then?" Jarek asked.
"A way of making it seem as if there really is something in the box," Cern explained. "Some of the more ingenious students balance the box on their finger and shake it up and down to try to determine what is inside. I had to start filling it with sand or rocks to maintain the illusion that there was some secret to be gained by opening it."
Cern shook his head slowly, opening the lid and looking inside. A moment later, he pulled out a round piece of wood the size of Jarek's finger. It fit precisely into the hole in the back.
"Perhaps it can be patched,"
Cern mumbled. Then, with his ineffably calm eyes, he looked up at Sharn.
We will have to begin teaching him the Gavel Dar if he is going to start going on Dragonsteel runs.
Sir, Sean said with surprise.
I made a promise, Sean,
Cern said. Jarek paused. Part of him was excited, but part of him knew what he had to do. Sir, he said, I will not hold you to such a comment. If you don't think I am ready—
You have just proven yourself ready, Jarek,
Cern said, rising.
You have amazed me since that first day.
But sir, Jarek objected, it took me so long to master the first step of meditation. Cern smiled slightly.
It takes most students at least 6 months to do what you did in 7 weeks, Jarek,
Cern said.
You have a natural aptitude for the Gavel. What say you, Sean?
He is still inexperienced, sir, Sean said thoughtfully.
Then take him on night runs at first,
Cern said. Night runs can be very dangerous, sir, Sean said.
Yes, but not chaotic,
Cern explained.
At night it is only the Tsai. The other soldiers won't be depending on him for safety. If the Shodel contest you, turn back.
Sean thought for a moment, then nodded.
Yes, sir. The boy is ready, Cern said. There is no reason to hold him back.
With that, the general left, leaving the two Tsai sitting quietly. Finally, Sean put his hand on Jarek's shoulder, rising to his feet. Good job, Tep, he said appreciatively, with a wink. Frost sat in Cern's room, studying the deck board by candlelight. A young Tsai had arrived in the middle of their game, pulling the general away with something urgent, something involving Jarek, Frost had guessed from the way Cern looked at him. In his many years of life, Frost had learned to read people very, very well. He could sense nothing dangerous had happened. No one had accidentally gotten their head chopped off or some similar disaster, so he simply let Cern go. He would hear the news from Jarek later on. The distraction was, shamefully, a welcome one. It gave Frost an opportunity to study the board and wonder just how it was possible that he was losing. He hadn't lost a game of deck in decades, but somehow Cern managed to best him 2 times out of 3. The general truly was an amazing strategist. Frost! Frost paused, looking up with surprise. The mind thought had come very awkwardly, like it was initiated by someone very young and untrained. Why would they let one of the youths call him?
Yes, child, I hear, listen, and consider.
He gave the ritual answer before he realized what was wrong. The one mind thinking to him had used the name Frost, not his true name. That meant, "Ha!" the mind thought said, and Frost realized he recognized the quirky, ironic twinge to the voice. I knew it, I knew it, I knew it! You can hear me. Explain this one away, old man, if indeed you are a man.
Topaz, Frost mind thought tolerantly. I should have guessed. Have the lords done us all a favor then and finally sent you to the other side?
Why, Frost, Topaz's mind thought with mock pain. I can't believe it. Such bitterness doesn't suit you. Frost took a deep breath, forcing his frustration to melt away. It had been a long time since someone, even Topaz, had surprised him so soundly. That was, however, no reason to be uncivil.
I apologize,
he thought. Topaz laughed, a bubbling sound through the mind thoughts. Oh, come now, Frosty, Topaz replied. You should know me better than that. I find sarcasm endearing. It means someone cares enough about you to pretend that they don't.
How are you doing this, Ephandrius?
Frost asked.
Have you spontaneously developed cognitive to cognitive powers as well?
Hardly. I'm in the center of that ant-hill of a building the Whore-Watchers call home. You should see the number of Tamu Keks they have here. Must have depopulated an entire Shodel clan to get so many. Wave this bunch of ivory around the wrong way, and every candlestick shop in a 100-mile radius would go up in flames. Frost shook his head. He had always found the idea of a Tamu Kek in the hands of a human a little bit morbid. Now, what's your excuse, Frosty? Topaz demanded.
How does an ordinary old tutor like yourself understand Shodel mind-thinking?
You said it yourself, Topaz. You must have enough Temu-Kex there to mind-think with a dead ox.
Frost heard Topaz's snort of disdain from several hundred miles away. And that answer you gave me when I first spoke to you?
You caught me in the middle of a daydream, Frost replied.
A weak excuse. A pretty weak excuse, Frost, Topaz said. How's the kid doing?
I thought you didn't care about him, Frost noted.
Frost! Just because I'm heartless, manipulative, and cruel doesn't mean I don't care.
Of course,
Frost thought with a shake of his head.
He is actually doing much better than one would think. He's training with a group known as the Tsai Warriors.
Tsai? Topaz thought with true shock. How in the name of the Lords did he manage that?
You know of the Tsai?
I have my sources, Topaz responded with characteristic mystery. Well, maybe that old Send, what's his name, Tsepi, Soba?
CERN.
Right. Maybe he'll be able to keep the kid alive. What about, other things?
The boy's powers? Frost asked. Most of the time I think he refuses to use them.
Why does he keep doing that? Topaz's mind muttered with a curse. That boy seems determined to keep himself from using his talents. Every time he makes a little progress, he turns around and intentionally tries to forget everything he's learned.
I don't know, Frost confessed. Maybe he's just frightened.
Maybe, Topaz thought, sounding unconvinced. There's something more there, Frost. There's something holding him back. Some part of his mind is rejecting his abilities.
Anyway, Frost continued, I had almost concluded that he would never be able to do anything more than just see the Axii. For many, that is the extent of their powers, you know.
No, I don't, Topaz noted. For many what? Humans aren't supposed to be able to use microkinesis, and I know Shodel can't. Who are the ones you keep referring to? Frost paused.
I can't tell you.
Great. Remind me to find a new mysterious old man confidant. My current one is growing increasingly frustrating.
Anyway, Frost said, hurrying on, I assumed that was all the boy could do, but then something happened.
What?
A spontaneous bridge of negative subaxi between two conductors.
Topaz was quiet for a moment. Of course, he mumbled.
A bolt of lightning, Topaz, Frost said. It appears as if the boy has some ability in manipulating nuclear bonds.
That's what I was thinking, Topaz said, a little too quickly. Frost smiled. Topaz knew about Axii. He had guessed about photons and waves, but he still had no clue about subaxic particles. To him, an Axii was completely indivisible. He'd probably figure it out someday. Herrick, Topaz swore. Someone's coming. I'm still young here. I'm not supposed to be using the Temu-Kex yet. I'd better find a corner and start chanting or something.
Farewell, Sephandrius.
Farewell, whatever you are, came the quipped reply as Topaz's presence faded from his mind.